Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, distinguished guests, esteemed scholars, respected industry leaders, and valued partners. Assalamu alaikum, and a very warm welcome to each and every one of you to the 4th AlBaraka Summit, held for the very first time here in the vibrant and global city of London. My name is Efnan Hun, and it is my honor to be your master of ceremonies for this timely event. To begin today's proceedings in the best and most blessed way, we start with the recitation from the Holy Quran. I'd like to welcome Mr. Ibrahim Al-Sayyid to the stage.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم ولقد أرسلنا نوحا وإبراهيم وجعلنا في ذريتهما النبوة والكتاب فمنهم مهتد وكثير منهم فاسقون ثم قفينا على آثارهم برسلنا وقفينا بعيسى ابن مريم وآتيناه الإنجيل وجعلنا في قلوب الذين اتبعوه رأفة ورحمة ورهبانية ابتدعوها ما كتبناها عليهم إلا ابتغاء رضوان الله فما رعوها حق رعايتها فآتينا الذين آمنوا منهم أجرهم وكثير منهم فاسقون يا أيها الذين آمنوا اتقوا الله وآمنوا برسوله يؤتكم كفلين من رحمته ويجعل لكم نورا تمشون به ويغفر لكم والله غفور رحيم.
Thank you, Mr. Ibrahim, for that recitation. Esteemed guests, it is truly an honor to be among such visionary minds, individuals who are shaping not only the future of Islamic finance, but the evolving global economic landscape itself. Today, under the theme, New Horizons, Islamic Economy in Global Markets Beyond Majority Muslim Societies, we gather to reimagine how Islamic values, ethics, and principles can transcend borders, fueling innovation, inclusion, and impact far beyond the Muslim world. Over the years, the AlBaraka Summit has become much more than an annual gathering. It has grown into a global platform for dialogue, a space of thought leadership, and a bridge connecting policymakers, investors, entrepreneurs, and academics who share one goal: to build an economic ecosystem rooted in ethics, equity, and sustainability. And this year's theme is both timely and visionary. As economies become more interconnected, as consumers increasingly demand purpose-driven business models, and as the financial world searches for moral anchors, the Islamic economy stands not as an alternative, but as a model for shared prosperity. Over the next 2 days, we'll explore critical questions shaping the future of Islamic economy, and through keynote addresses, panel discussions, and strategic dialogues, the AlBaraka Summit will offer not only answers, but new ideas and partnerships for the future. It's particularly fitting that this year's summit takes place here in London, a city that stands as one of the world's most dynamic financial hubs and a leading center for Islamic finance outside of the Muslim world. From sovereign sukuk issuances to Sharia-compliant investment funds, the UK's engagement shows us what's possible when values and vision align. Indeed, beyond majority Muslim societies is not just a theme, it's a direction, a call to widen the reach of Islamic economic values to make them part of the global conscience of business, trade, and finance. As we open this summit, let's remind ourselves that the Islamic economy is not defined by geography, it's defined by ethics, compassion, and justice. Its strength lies not in boundaries, but in its universality, and its ability to create opportunity, stability, and dignity for all. And as we explore these new horizons together, may our discussions today inspire action tomorrow. To officially open our proceedings, it is my pleasure to introduce a leader whose work sits at the intersection of innovation, impact, and global entrepreneurship. With a career that spans investment, entrepreneurship, and global advisory, he has consistently championed the power of values-based business to drive meaningful economic change. And his work reflects the very spirit of this summit, unlocking new horizons for ethical finance, sustainable investment, and entrepreneurial empowerment across markets. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming the Chief Executive Officer and partner of Spectrico US and founder and director of Seed Ventures, His Excellency Mr. Faraz Khan.
Thank you, Afnan. So basically, whatever I wanted to say, she's already said it, so I really don't know what to say now. So thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, good morning, and Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It is an absolute pleasure and a privilege to be delivering the opening notes for the 4th AlBaraka Summit, aptly titled New Horizons. We will get into the fact why it's New Horizons and how it connects. But let me kind of throw some stats right at the beginning. You know, you guys are cheering for these stats, but we all know that Islamic economy today stands at $5 trillion. And it is estimated to grow to $7 to $8 trillion by 2028. Now that in itself is scale. But there is another figure. There is a very interesting wave that is going to propel this growth, and that is the biggest intergenerational wealth transfer that is going to happen and is happening as we speak. $68 trillion plus is being transferred to the new generation, ladies and gentlemen. What does that mean? It basically means that the investment theses and consumption theses of this new generation, which is very much aligned with impact, sustainability, and equity, is going to further propel the growth of Islamic economy. Interestingly, the ethos and the spirit of AlBaraka is in the same direction. Rethinking systems aligned with impact and financial growth, focusing on similarities and commonalities rather than differences. Third one is a very interesting one. It is making an attempt to dilute the gap between indigenous wisdom and intent and its true application, which unfortunately over centuries have gone down the drain, ladies and gentlemen, and we can agree with that. And it's trying to rethink and connect these worlds together through enterprise. through technology as an enabler and connector. And that in itself is a wonderful fabric that I personally have witnessed AlBaraka weaving the threads of. It connects a witnessed expansion of Islamic banking and finance from the Far East, Indonesia, Japan, to South Asia, India, Bangladesh, bringing the brightest minds in Islamic economics, to Pakistan, creating hubs of ecosystems of halal industries at a continental level, to Turkey and Middle East, leading development in banking and financial services, to Europe, where cutting-edge ESG frameworks and regulations are brought together through technology with Maqasid al-Sharia, to the UK, which is driving the development of Islamic fintech and commercial law and regulations, to US and Canada, which is establishing strong models in Islamic home finance, and to Brazil and Latin America, capturing a significant share of halal food markets. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a fabric, and the threads of these are truly connecting the various ideologies of economic and finance. The vision of late Sheikh Saleh Kamil, may Allah bless his soul, is not only in motion, but is impacting millions of lives, bringing systems, societies, people together through power of economics and the fundamental spirit of humanity and impact. That vision has further been propelled and developed by my inspirational friend, Sheikh Yusuf Qalawi, and his fantastic management team. And I would request the audience to give a loud round of applause to the management team of AlBaraka. Ladies and gentlemen, this summit is the spark that will ignite these concepts, that will convert into deliberations, that will convert into contracts, technologies, partnerships, and that will impact millions and millions of lives across the world, not only in Islamic geographies. So let's experience its warmth and contribute to its light. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Khan, for those insightful remarks. We will now proceed with the welcoming remarks of the summit. It is now my distinct pleasure to invite to the stage a leader whose vision continues to drive innovation and growth in Islamic finance, who will shed light on the importance of creating infrastructure to empower Muslims to challenge the system. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming the Secretary General of the AlBaraka Forum for Islamic Economy, His Excellency, Mr. Yusuf Qalawi.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. A very warm welcome in that very cold day today in our fourth summit here in London. And I hope this day will become beautifully warmed through our discussion, through our network, and through what we are going to gain, inshallah, all of us today. I feel so proud because that dream or that journey which started a few years ago is going on every year and becoming more and more cornerstone, not just as a conference, but as a platform to develop the comprehensive understanding of Islamic economy. I feel so proud today because of the subject of this year. When we remember that journey which started 5 decades ago, it was started just as a basic dreams for some Muslims who were looking to find a solution for only getting a finance matching with their faith. This what started 5 decades ago. Today, we are sitting here in one of the most vibrant cities in the world, discussing a global affairs. What Islamic economy in general can develop, can introduce, and can solve in a world becoming built on the system of crisis. And let me just give you an example. All of us knows the importance of student loans for the society. It's a major factor to keep the development of the society. But what the conventional finance is looking in that aspect. Okay, one of the greatest, or maybe, as you know, the strongest economy in the world is the American economy, and this is a non-Muslim country. So as of today, we have there, for Americans, we have more than 45 million Americans holding on their shoulders more than $1.8 trillion as a student loans. Is that the worst piece? No. This loan has been more than doubled in the last 15 years. Okay. When you look at that from Islamic finance perspective, first rule, anyone knows about it. It is an interest-free base, which means that loan shouldn't increase for anyone. So why we don't find solutions? Because we are trying the alternative or the conventional solution now for centuries. Pay interest, and we don't have any other creative solution. Islamic finance comes from different angle totally. It looks to that as a support, not free of charge, but it looks at that as a support for the society, not as opportunity, and that's all. Why? Because it is a human-based economy. It is an economy of a value. Before looking on making profit, you need to respect the value. We are human at the beginning, at the end. So I feel so proud because today we are discussing what role, what capacity of Islamic economy in general can be even for non-Muslim countries. So that journey, which started, as I said, 5 decades ago, it was just basically for looking for interest-free solution for few Muslims looking for a finance matching with their faith. So what has been done in that 5 decades make all of us proud of that. And I feel really proud because we created partnerships with different partners. And without that partnership, we will not achieve that achievement which we have today. So I feel proud because after tomorrow, we are adding another piece to AlBaraka Summit, which is the London Halal Forum. And this shows all of us through partnership. When we share the same values and the same vision, we can add everywhere we go, not take. We are adding. We are adding to London as a cosmopolitan city, as a business city, and as a creative city. Adding more and more. And we are not hosting just traditional conferences. No, we are really looking for more and more development, creative-minded approach. So after tomorrow, thanks to our partnership also with different partners, we are adding that new important event. And maybe some of you already noticed, London will be the only city in the world which is hosting in 1 week 2 major events, one focusing on Islamic finance, another focusing on halal economy. And when we think about what can we do when we build that bridge between that 2 major wings, I believe in the next 10 years, just by combining the forces and the potential between that 2 wings, we can double in the next 10 years all the number which is expected as of today. So instead of talking about around 10 trillion, we can think about 20 trillion. And we can discuss that in a whole conference, how doing that strategic alliance between Islamic finance and halal will create a huge opportunity which will double the size minimum in the next 10 years. And finally, I feel so proud today because today morning, I was walking and reviewing my agenda for the rest of this year. So today, AlBaraka 4th Summit in London, and I found next month we are hosting our 5th regional conference in Cairo, and then by mid of January we are hosting our 6th regional conference in Karachi, and then by mid of February we are hosting our premier summit, which is AlBaraka Symposium in Al-Madinah, the oldest Islamic finance conference in the world. It is coming by mid of February as number 46. So I feel so proud with the team who did all that and who is doing all that. So why we are succeeding today? For basically 2 reasons. Number 1, we believe on partnership with everyone who is sharing the same vision and values with us. We are totally open to cooperate with anyone sharing that with us. And number 2, because alhamdulillah, I feel that we build a strong team who is not doing the right job, but they are willing always to develop. So we started here in London just one day event, and today we have, alhamdulillah, 2 full days event with different component, and we are inshallah keeping expanding year after year. Thank you so much for being with us, and we are so proud with having everyone here with us. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Khalawi, for that powerful and insightful address. Esteemed guests, our keynote speaker embodies London's long-standing spirit of global connection and financial leadership. As the head of one of the world's foremost financial centers, he plays a pivotal role in advancing partnerships that strengthen international trade and cross-border investment. Today, he will share his reflections on the merits of Islamic investments in building international trade and foreign partnerships, highlighting how Islamic finance can serve as a bridge between economies and cultures. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to His Excellency Lord Dominic Johnson, member of the UK House of Lords, as he delivers his keynote address.
Well, thank you. Are you all enjoying yourselves? Yes? You've got to wake up a bit at the back, I think. You are still muffled from the cold, but we give you a warm welcome in London. So thank you very much for coming. Hands up who's an entrepreneur. Hands up who's doing business. Yeah, only 2 people at the back. There must be more of you. Come on, don't be embarrassed. Put your hands up if you're in business. I want to see you. Yes? And keep your hand up. Don't know, it's not going to be that easy. Keep your hand up. Keep your hand up if it's easy doing business. Yeah? It's tough. So the first thing I want to say is welcome to all of us who are trying to make a living. Welcome to all of us who are trying to create businesses, to employ people, to generate profits and pay taxes. And I say this at the beginning of every speech I give, almost. I didn't say this at my sister's wedding, but I say it to every other speech I give, which is there is no more important act, there is no more noble human endeavor than allocating capital to the highest point of return. And when I say that, people go a bit quiet. The point is we've forgotten to celebrate what we're here for, which is to celebrate capitalism and wealth creation. And it is you people in this room, and it is forums like this, the AlBaraka summits, of which this is now the fourth, that is driving the mindset that leads to the innovation that gives me the goods and services that will allow us to have longer, happier lives. So what we're doing today is not simply coming together for a breakfast or a forum. It is a vital discussion that will enable us to be more effective when it comes to allocating capital, to freeing up capital flows, to giving people loans and mortgages, to investing, which will allow us to drive our economy. And I'm extremely proud to follow Mr. Kalawi, who I think is an extraordinary visionary. And if we could join maybe in thanking him again for what he's done, a truly wonderful person who spoke with great depth about the vision. And I was very honored also to follow Faraz as well. Where are you? You gave an excellent introduction. You're dressed far more trendily than I am, which means you must be more successful, because I find as the world goes on, the trendily dressed you are, the more successful you are, and the more political you look in my skein. And I should say, who am I? You must be thinking, who is this person who's suddenly appeared on stage to give the keynote address? Well, I've spent the last 30 years in finance. I had my own investment management business. We pioneered Sharia investing in global emerging markets back in the late 90s. And I've been involved in Islamic products and Islamic financing when it comes to listed equities and lending and credit for the last 30 years. So I'm very comfortable in talking to you about the importance of this sector. I then did a terrible thing, and this is a cautionary tale for many of you in this audience. I moved from business into politics. And all I can say is stay where you are if you want to have a happy life. I've now moved back into the private sector, I'm pleased to say, although I'm in the House of Lords. I was investment minister for 2 years, and it was an enormous privilege. And in that time, I focused heavily on ensuring that our links with Islamic countries around the world, particularly in the Gulf and in Asia, were strong. And the work we did with Turkey, and I'm extremely proud to see His Excellency and the Turkish ambassador here today, was something I'm very proud of. But I've moved back into the private sector now, and it's a significant contrast. In business, people listen to you, they're nice to you, and they pay you. It's very different to politics. So can I just insist that all of you stay doing what you're doing, which is allocating capital to the highest point of return and making sure that we can fuel the businesses that are going to be the success that they will be. When I think of the work I've done in the last few months, a number of themes have struck me. And when you leave politics, I don't know if there are any retired politicians here, hands up. I can tell because you're looking shaken and on your 7th cup of coffee. But you worry when you leave politics. What's going to happen? What are you going to be able to do? And I wrote to a speakers bureau, wondering whether or not they might employ me. And I got a letter back saying, thank you so much for your request to be part of our book. The issue is we're not really sure whether your talents are particularly projectable. But there are some countries where the Foreign Office has banned travel for other speakers, where you may have an opportunity. So I was a bit downhearted about that, as you can imagine. But fortunately, over the last few weeks, I retired from being chairman of the Conservative Party about a month and a half ago. A number of opportunities have come up, and I just want to touch on them very briefly. Not in order to promote those opportunities, but just to talk about the sorts of things that are so vibrant in the UK. These are the opportunities that I'm seeing. The first is a crypto data and pricing business that I've got involved with. And we have now in the UK 9 million people who invest in cryptocurrencies. It's a phenomenal number. The technology around blockchain, around settlements, around pricing, around these new forms of mechanisms of transaction are just extraordinary. Is anyone involved here in crypto? Hands up if you are. Yes, there are some. And the point is that one of the things I noticed when I was in government, and linked very much to this conference, and has been mentioned already by Faraz, is the astonishing number of fintech Islamic finance businesses being set up in this country. I would say we're one of the largest pools of those sorts of organizations in the world. Hugely innovative. And what I find most interesting about those businesses is they're able to link savers and borrowers from around the world and drive it through the UK. So that's an immediate opportunity that you can capitalize on. We have the skill set here, and you can use that. The second business I'm involved in is infrastructure. I'm advising an infrastructure fund that invests in UK infrastructure. And the third business is an AI business, and I group those two together because the opportunities for raising capital for infrastructure, not just in the UK, but for the rest of the world, through London are significant. And I was very proud as a minister to launch the PIF green energy bond. I don't know if any of you have invested in that, but it's doubled in size. It was originally, I think, $1.5 billion, and now it's $3 billion. And I was very worried when I went to launch the bond. I did it with Yasser Al-Rumayna, who is, as you know, the chairman of Saudi Aramco and PIF in the London Stock Exchange, if any of you have been there. And you have to, unlike in America, you don't ring a bell, you press a button. And I was reminded of Winston Churchill, who you will all know, who actually rang the bell. This is an interesting fact. He rang the bell on the day of the Wall Street crash. So he rings the bell and the market falls 25% or whatever it is, and global catastrophe followed. And so I was a bit worried as a minister that when I pressed the button, all the screens would go red and I would start a global financial meltdown. Fortunately, this wasn't the case. It was an enormous success. But I'm reminded of the astonishing amount of capital we're going to need if we're going to fund the AI revolution. And it's all very well looking at traditional mechanisms, but the reality is it's going to be through the sorts of products that you're innovating here today that will enable us to gather the capital in order that countries like the UK and other countries around the world can win that crucial race. And the last organization I'm involved with is the Commonwealth. Anyone from a Commonwealth country here? Hands up. If you're from a Commonwealth country, that's a fabulous showing. There are 52 Commonwealth countries. And you may not know this, but it has, they contain a Muslim population of, I think, 2.5 billion. So one of the largest poolings, if not the largest pooling, of people who are looking for the sorts of products that you're developing anywhere in the world. And the Commonwealth is an enormously powerful mechanism through which you can project. Trade between Commonwealth countries, amazingly, is 6% more profitable than trade between other countries. It's an amazing fact. And that goes back to common forms of language and rule of law and systems. So all I say in summary to myself is these opportunities that have arrived in the last 2 months epitomize the opportunities that are being presented to us in terms of reaching beyond Muslim-majority countries, in terms of finding the capital that we need to drive the innovation that we're going to be investing in such large quantities over the coming years. And the final point I want to make is how wonderful it is to see you here in London. Now, I know there is a lot of talk about, where is Britain going, and some of the frictions and issues that we've created for ourselves. And if any of you are non-DOMs or were non-DOMs or are paying the 20% tourist tax for VAT on your shopping, I apologize, because I don't think they were very good measures in order to encourage people to see London as globally dominant. But we are all the same. In spite of the politics, the people and the capital markets here are more developed effectively for your sorts of products, for Islamic financing, for sukuk, for Sharia products, than any other city in the world. We have $50 billion of sukuk issuance. The biggest bond ever done in 2014 was done from London. We have extraordinary financial services sectors to support you for being based here. And one of the things I'm most intrigued by, because the future is about our young, is that there are over 70 universities in the UK that are now designing specific courses for Islamic financing and funding. So what I say to you is come here and invest. Build your products, because there is an enormous market, not just in the world, but actually in the UK. And the final point I would say is please come and get involved in how we create our regulations and legislation. I fought hard as a government minister to simplify the Islamic banking mortgage rules, where, if you're familiar with the situation, due to our current system, there are multiple tax points which we want to try and remove altogether. There are so many opportunities here with the people, the young people coming from university where they're learning specific courses on how to run Islamic finance. They're building fintech businesses. We have a huge audience of unbanked Muslims in this country that need access to financial services. And then on top of that, you have London that remains still the leading center for Islamic banking and finance throughout the world. So having this wonderful summit here today, sponsored by AlBaraka and driven by so many good people, is essential for the survival of this great nation and city, but it's also central to the ability of us to do that wonderful thing, which is to provide capital and opportunity to our populations here and around the world. So thank you for inviting me. It's an enormous pleasure. Enjoy the next few days, and as I say, it may be cold in London, but we give you a very warm welcome and wish you the greatest of success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for that insightful address and for highlighting, of course, the vital role of Islamic finance in strengthening international trade and cross-border collaboration. As we reflect on the powerful insights shared this morning, it's clear that the Islamic economy is not a niche concept. It is a growing force shaping global markets. Before we continue with our next session, we invite you to take a closer look at how this transformation is unfolding right here in the United Kingdom, across the European Union, and throughout the global economy. This short video highlights the importance of the Islamic economy and the impact of Muslim populations in shaping the international economic system, from consumer trends and entrepreneurship to finance and trade.
Sustainable futures, Islamic economy, global impact. From the world's financial capitals, London, Singapore, Cape Town, New York, Sao Paulo, and Sydney, Islamic economy drives a vision that transcends borders. It is not just finance, but a global force for trade, investment, and ethical economic growth. A sustainable future is being built today, with Islamic economy at its core. In Europe, Luxembourg issued the first euro-denominated sovereign sukuk worth 200 million euros in 2014, while the United Kingdom and Germany strengthened the presence of Islamic banks by offering ethical and Sharia-compliant solutions. In Asia, Thailand established the Islamic Bank of Thailand in 2002, with assets reaching about $2.5 billion in 2024. In the Philippines, new Islamic banking infrastructure is being developed to expand ethical financial services. In Africa, AlBaraka Bank South Africa stands as the first fully fledged Islamic bank since 1989, followed by successful experiences in Kenya and Ethiopia. Across the Atlantic to North America, the United States is among the world's largest in terms of Islamic funds assets under management, AUM, reaching about $11 billion in 2024. Alongside Canada, it is witnessing rapid growth in Islamic financial services. In South America, Brazil has become the largest exporter of halal food at $26 billion in 2023, and the first Islamic bank in Suriname opened new horizons for responsible investment. In Australia, the National Australia Bank introduced Sharia-compliant business products in 2021, expanding into real estate and assets. Across these diverse markets, the Islamic economy has evolved into a truly global force, driving growth and delivering social impact beyond Muslim-majority countries. Islamic finance stands as a pillar of the Islamic economy, with assets of $5.98 trillion in 2024, according to the London Stock Exchange Islamic Finance Development Report 2025, while global halal food consumption surpassed $1.43 trillion. Halal tourism, with spending surpassing $326 billion at the end of 2023, is expected to double in the next decade. Modest and sustainable fashion, halal pharmaceuticals, and cosmetics are opening new frontiers for global consumers. Islamic fintech is leading the way with innovations in digital payments, crowdfunding, and AI, as global digital transactions, valued at $138 billion in 2022-2023, are projected to soar to $306 billion by 2027, expanding access to ethical finance worldwide. The assets of global takaful, Islamic insurance industry, reached around $136 billion in 2024. Together, these industries place the Islamic economy at the heart of global trade beyond Muslim-majority countries. But this story is not only about numbers. Zakat, Waqf, and Islamic social finance fund education, healthcare and innovation, serving Muslims and non-Muslims worldwide. They also strengthen the role of the non-profit sector in community development. Islamic economy is more than growth. It is values in action, building communities, shaping lives. According to the London Stock Exchange Islamic Finance Development Report 2025, global Islamic finance assets are expected to reach $9.7 trillion by 2029. Innovation in Islamic fintech, from digital payments to ethical investment and takaful, is driving a transformation in financial inclusion for Muslims and non-Muslims alike. ESG Sukuk market surpassed $50 billion in outstanding value by the end of 2024, funding clean energy projects globally. The future is not tomorrow, it is already here, built on ethical, sustainable investment serving diverse communities. From London, the 4th AlBaraka Summit stands as a leading global platform for business, investment, and the Islamic economy. Here, leaders, investors, and policymakers come together to shape the future, affirming that Islamic economy is not just an alternative, but a driving force behind a fairer, more sustainable global economy, powered by digital innovation and Islamic fintech.
Honorable guests, a lot of work has been put into organizing these summits. So it is important that we take a moment to recognize the partners who have helped make this gathering possible. Every summit is built on ideas and ambition, but it is sustained by those who believe in its mission, invest in its growth, and stand with us as we bring the Islamic economy to new horizons. This year's sponsors have done exactly that. Their support is more than financial. It is a commitment to collaboration, to advancing ethical finance, and to strengthening a global community that extends far beyond majority Muslim societies. Tonight, we honor them not only for what they've contributed to the summit, but for what their partnership represents, a shared belief in progress, in purpose, and in the transformative potential of the Islamic economic system. With gratitude and great pride, let us now recognize the sponsors of the AlBaraka Summit. First off, to present these certificates, I would like to welcome the Secretary General of the AlBaraka Forum for Islamic Economy, His Excellency Mr. Yusuf Khalawi, to the stage. First off, we would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to our global partner, AlBaraka Group, as one of the most influential institutions in the Islamic finance ecosystem. Their continued commitment to advancing ethical, values-driven finance remains a pillar of this global movement. We thank them for their unwavering support. I'd like to call Mr. Abdul Ilah Sabahi, the CFO of Salih Kamel Humanitarian, to the stage. I would like to ask all of our guests to stay up on the stage as we will take a family photo at the end of honoring of all of our sponsors. Next up, we would like to express our gratitude to the British Arab Commercial Bank, Aris Bank, and Banca Dubai, who are also our platinum sponsors. Their long-standing role in facilitating international trade and their commitment to strengthening financial bridges between the UK, Europe, and the broader region make them an invaluable ally. I'd like to welcome Ahmed Sarkez, the head of the Libya coverage representing BACB. With Ares Bank is Mr. Alvaro Hernandez Marretea Lopez, and the business development manager at Ares Bank. And representing Banca Dubai is Mr. Maurizio Valfre, the general manager of Banca Dubai. I would also like to call our other platinum sponsor, the Libya Foreign Bank, whose global outlook and investment leadership continue to shape opportunities across the region. Please join me in welcoming His Excellency, Mr. Khalid Al-Gunsul, the Vice Chairman of the Libyan Foreign Bank. We thank you for your support and standing with us in contributing our shared mission. Our bronze sponsor is next. We extend our heartfelt appreciation to Gatehouse Bank. As one of the UK's leading Sharia-compliant financial institutions, Gatehouse Bank has consistently championed innovation, ethical finance, and inclusive growth within the global Islamic economy. Please join me in welcoming the CEO and Executive Director of Gatehouse Bank, Charles Harnsnape. In place of him, I'm hearing that Dr. Uthman is with us here today. Please make your way to the stage. Our apologies. And last but certainly not least, we recognize the Islamic Chamber of Commerce and Development, our strategic partner and a vital engine for economic empowerment and cross-border collaboration within the Muslim world and beyond. Their dedication to nurturing entrepreneurship and expanding opportunity is deeply aligned with the spirit of this summit. I'd like to welcome Ms. Alia Jafar, the Director of International Relations at the Islamic Chamber of Commerce and Development, to the stage. And if we all can stand for a family photo in the center of the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, our sponsors for the AlBaraka Summit. If I can hear a strong round of applause for everyone who has dedicated their support to making these events possible with us here at its 4th edition of the AlBaraka Summit in London. Thank you very much. Ibrahim. Mic on? Ladies and gentlemen, We are going to be continuing with our panel discussions of the summit, so I would kindly like all of our guests to stay in the conference room as we mic up our panelists that will be driving the discussion of the strategic foresight for the Islamic economy in non-Muslim countries, political recognition, legal empowerment, and institutional integration. I would kindly like to ask all of our honorable guests that are with us here today at the 4th AlBaraka Summit to stay seated as our panel discussions will continue as soon as all of our panelists and our moderator is mic'd up. Can we be... Ladies and gentlemen, we will be proceeding with the fourth AlBaraka Summit. So I would kindly like to ask all of our esteemed participants to make their way to their seats as we will kickstart the first panel discussion of the day. As we move forward in today's program, okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to need all of your attention. I know it's hard to sit in our seats for long periods of time, but we are going to proceed with the first panel discussion of the day. If I can get all of our guests that are currently standing up to sit down, as we are going to proceed with the first panel discussion of the day. I really appreciate your cooperation. Of course, as Islamic finance and ethical investment continue to grow globally, the question is no longer whether these principles can succeed outside majority Muslim markets. It is how. This panel is titled Strategic Foresight for the Islamic Economy in Non-Muslim Countries, Political Recognition, Legal Empowerment, and Institutional Integration. It will examine the critical frameworks, policies, and institutional support needed to integrate Islamic financial systems into broader economies, ensuring recognition, legal certainty, and operational effectiveness. Join me in welcoming the moderator of this discussion, former Lord Mayor of the City of London and Senior Advisor at the DLA Piper, His Excellency Dr. Vincent Keaveney. Okay, it seems like our moderator is going to join us shortly. So I would like to introduce our panelists, the Deputy Director and the Head of Non-Interest Banking, Financial Policy and Regulation Department at the Central Bank of Nigeria, His Excellency Dr. Abdurrahman Abdullahi. Welcome, Your Excellency. If I can have you sit here, please. Our next panelist is the Senior Assistant Governor, Financial Supervision Subsector 3rd at the Central Bank of the Philippines, Her Excellency Ati Arifa Ala. And it seems like our moderator is with us now. Joining us is the Deputy Director, the former Lord Mayor of the City of London and an advisor at the DLP Piper, His Excellency Dr. Vincent Keaveney. Thank you so much for being with us. Our next panelist is the Secretary General and General Counsel for Islamic Banks and Financial Institutions, His Excellency Mr. Hamza Bawazir. Enjoy your discussion.
Thank you very much, and ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the first panel of the second half of this morning. It's great to see so many people here at the AlBaraka Summit this morning. We have a great panel. We're going to go straight into the presentations. We're going to have about 10 minutes each from the panelists, and then we're going to have an opportunity for a few questions, and I hope we'll have a few questions as well from you in the audience. So I think we'll turn, first of all, to Dr. Abdullahi. Would you like to say a few words?
Yeah. Where do we?
We'll get the first presentation up on the screen. Now, I'm going to try and keep my panelists strictly to no more than 10 minutes apiece.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My presentation is on the main topic of the theme, Islamic economy in global markets beyond majority Muslim societies. And we're looking at strategic foresight for Islamic economy in non-Muslim countries, political recognition, legal empowerment, and institutional integration. The presentation is just for 10 minutes, so inshallah, we are going to look at these 4 main areas: the role of legal empowerment, institutional integration, strategic foresight, and policy recommendations and action steps. Now, Islamic economy, we have heard from the various speakers that have spoken in the morning, is not just about the religion, it is also about Sharia principles that shows, which encompasses finance, trade, food, and lifestyle, which means it's not just about finance, it's about the whole life of the society. Now, the economy or the Islamic finance is growing for a number of reasons. Growing demand. There is demand, the growth for demand in ethical financing is growing and it's getting bigger. Then, because of that, a lot of governments have been supporting the Islamic finance growth through supportive regulation. We have also heard that digital finance and digital innovation are helping the growth of Islamic economy and especially Islamic finance. We have also seen a growth in the sukuk all over the world, especially both in Muslim and non-Muslim majority countries. Now, in Nigeria, the trend is also the same. We have seen the growth in number of Islamic financial institutions in Nigeria. We started fully in 2012, which is just about 13, 14 years, but we have seen the growth in Islamic financial institutions from 1 full-fledged Islamic bank to about 6 now. We also have a window, and we have also licensed about 10 microfinance institutions, specifically to drive financial inclusion, where the small and medium enterprises and individuals that could not access the commercial banks can go to the microfinance institutions and access Sharia-compliant products and services. We have also seen the growth of the Islamic finance in the sukuk, which since 2017, the federal government of Nigeria has been issuing sukuk on a yearly basis. And all of these sukuks had been oversubscribed. We have also seen the growth in the takaful industry. The takaful insurance is also growing, and we have seen a number of registered institutions. And then the pension fund also. We do contributory pension, and it is being managed by some pension fund administrators. But because of the growing demand in Islamic finance, we have also seen the creation of a fund where your pension funds will be managed in a Sharia-compliant and ethical investment, which is what we call Fund 6 in Nigeria. Now, talking about, I'll be very brief because most of the discussions will be covered during our panel discussion because of the time. So, what do you need to support Islamic finance and Islamic economy? The first and fundamental thing is legal empowerment. You need to recognize it legally, and that is the foundation. Once you recognize it as a form of finance, as an act of parliament, then central banks and other regulatory institutions will have the ability to now create rules and regulations to manage the growth of these institutions and also align them to financial system stability. And we have seen countries like UK, Luxembourg, and South Africa supporting Islamic finance and economy through legislations. Now, in Nigeria, Islamic finance is recognized also by the Act of Parliament. We have the Central Bank of Nigeria Act in 2007, that recognizes Islamic banking, and also the Bank and Other Financial Institutions Act of 2020. This gives the legal backing for the operations and regulation of Islamic banks and other financial institutions in Nigeria. And because of that, this has allowed the central banks to license and supervise non-interest banks as well as non-interest financial institutions. The second thing that they need is integration. Islamic finance needs not to be seen as a niche, as we have heard earlier. It needs to be, seen as part of the global system. And the way to do this is to include Islamic finance in national development strategies so that it will be in comparison with and also in sync with other conventional financial institutions. In addition, you need to build inclusive financial markets to accommodate Islamic financial institutions. There's also the need for collaboration with international financial organizations and multilateral organizations for capacity building and technical assistance. And then you also need the infrastructure for for payments, transfers, and all that. So you have to integrate Islamic finance with the conventional Islamic financial, with the conventional institutions. In Nigeria, we have achieved a lot of development in that. For instance, the Central Bank of Nigeria has developed non-interest liquidity management instruments in order to give the non-interest banks the way in which they can invest their money or liquidity in Sharia-compliant manner. We have also seen the issuance of Sukuk and also the inclusion of non-interest finance as a priority in the promotion of financial inclusion, especially as we know a lot of Muslim countries where, because of the absence of Sharia-compliant financial instruments and services, they shun away from the interest-based transactions. So we have those, Islamic finance is seen as a priority for, promoting, how am I doing with time? Okay. Now, the third thing is also you need strategic foresight, because we have had a lot of opportunities around, so I'm not going to dwell much on this. We've had how Islamic finance is expanding and the opportunities that are being created by higher demand, its alignment with sustainability and ethical financing. So in Nigeria, we have a large population that is seeking ethical financing, not only the Muslims, even among the non-Muslims. And that's why you see in our financial institutions, the Islamic banks, you will see non-Muslims being investors, clients, and also accessing financing in an ethical manner. We also have a growing youth population that creates demand for ethical digital financing and digital startups that can drive financial inclusion. Finally, policy recommendations and action steps. Now, this must move from recognition to active participation. And for this, we need to develop national Islamic finance strategies and also align them with the general strategy of the national economy. We also need to establish public and private partnership between governments, Islamic financial institutions, and international development agencies. And this is also to leverage Islamic social finance. As we know, Islamic finance has, just like an economy, is two hands. You have the commercial, and then you have the Islamic social finance, the zakat, the waqf, and sadaqat, and all that. There is a need to integrate these two in order for the society to benefit in a better way. And then continuous development in human capital. As we know, Islamic finance, in addition to complying with the with the national and international laws, they also have to comply with the Sharia perspective, with Sharia institutions. And in all these institutions, if you are going to license them, you need to have S members or Sharia members. You have to have, internally, you need to have the Sharia unit and also the product development. So if you don't understand Sharia, you will not be able to do this. Also, the supervisors, the central banks and other regulatory institutions, they need to know what the banks are offering and also know whether they are in compliance with the Sharia. So this is very important. So human capital development is key. Now in Nigeria, we have been trying to strengthen financial literacy so that the public will know what is being offered to them. Also, there is interaction between stakeholders. And then finally, we are also strengthening regulatory coordination between the Central Bank of Nigeria, Security and Exchange Commission, the Insurance Commission, and the Pension Commission. As we have seen, all of them have guidelines for Islamic financial institutions. Now, in conclusion, I will just say there is the need for global collaboration and domestic policy that will align with Islamic finance in order to drive its inclusive growth. We have heard here that you need collaboration domestically and internationally. And finally, this is the time for recognition of Islamic finance is over. Now the time for implementation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, AlBaraka. I draw out of that when we'll come back to some of these points, the need for a strong regulatory basis for Islamic finance, for non-interest finance, as you describe it in Nigeria, prioritization of that, partnerships, and I'd like to explore partnerships in a moment as well, and then the ethical basis of being a real driver for growth in this market. And I think that probably leads nicely on to your experience in the Philippines. If I may, I'll ask Arif to say a few words.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues and friends, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. First of all, I'd like to thank the AlBaraka Forum for Islamic Economy, as led by its Secretary General, Sheikh Yusuf Khalawi, for inviting the Central Bank of the Philippines to this event. It is an honor to stand before all of you today to share the story of Islamic finance in the Philippines. A story of courage, of partnership, and a vision that dared to imagine something new for our people. The story of Islamic finance in the Philippines is a story of vision, inclusion, and collective will. As you know, we came from an unusual starting point. The Philippines is a Catholic majority country. For many years, few believed that Islamic finance could grow in our country, much less become a national priority. But something has changed. We have realized that millions of our people remain outside the formal financial system. Entire communities, particularly those residing in the southern part of the Philippines, or what we call the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, had long been left on the margins. In fact, about 86% of cities and municipalities in the BARM remain unbanked. And so we began to ask ourselves, what would it take to bring them in? To give them financial tools aligned with their values and their culture? And the answer was Islamic finance. It is a public information that the Asian Development Bank has actually conducted a study on the demand of Islamic finance in the Philippines. And it came out, and it's a public information, it came out from that report that many of the Muslim Filipinos chose not to bank with conventional banks because of the prohibition of riba. So based on the evaluation of the government, even if we provide them conventional banking system, they will still, many of them will still refuse to bank with a conventional banking system. And so we have decided to promote strongly Islamic banking and finance, not because of religion, but because of inclusion, because it offered dignity, opportunity, and access where they were needed most. From there, the story began to unfold. We set out to build more than a program. We set out to build an ecosystem, a foundation strong enough to support growth and flexible enough to adapt over time. But a vision, no matter how inspiring, needs structure. So in 2019, we have passed the Islamic banking law, which establishes tax neutrality. It has also institutionalized the Sharia governance, and it has told to the world that the Philippines was serious, that Islamic finance had a permanent place in our financial system. And that law has given us momentum. Before that law, no other Islamic bank can operate in the Philippines. So the law has practically opened our financial system to other players, whether foreign or domestic, whether full-fledged or Islamic banking windows. We soon learned another lesson, that no institution can carry this alone. If we wanted to have an Islamic finance that is viable and can operate alongside the conventional banking system, it had to involve other government institutions and stakeholders. And that's why we have created the Islamic Finance Coordination Forum, comprising of 12 agencies, like the Securities and Exchange Commission, the Insurance Commission, and the Deposit Insurance Commission of the Philippines. Together, these 12 agencies moving together, aligning policies and solving problems as one. The BSP, or the Central Bank of the Philippines, proudly chairs the said forum. And once that coordination was in place, the pathway has widened. Banking has expanded. Sukuk issuance was followed. Takaful also emerged. Each one strengthened the next, building trust, deepening markets, and signaling that Islamic finance was becoming a stable, credible pillar of our economy. But institutions alone are not enough. People make systems work. And this is why capacity building became central to our strategy. Today, more than 1,500 professionals have been trained across the country, practitioners, regulators, and educators, each helping to build an ecosystem that can stand on its own. We have universities offering Islamic finance courses now. And so if you look at the Philippines story today, what does it tell us? It shows that Islamic finance can thrive in non-Muslim majority nation. It shows that when treated as a strategic national tool, it becomes transformative. And it shows that if it can happen in the Philippines with our history, our geography, our diversity, that it can happen anywhere. But our story does not end here. In fact, it enters a new chapter, one grounded on what is happening now. Recently, the Central Bank of the Philippines and its partners hosted a stakeholders forum on domestic sukuk issuance. In July 2025, bringing together regulators, financial institutions, and international bodies to promote a domestic sukuk market that will serve the broader economy and complement the growing Islamic banking sector. In October 2025, the Central Bank also moved to ease its rules for Islamic banking windows, removing separate capital requirements, integrating liquidity reports with bank-wide reporting, and institutionalizing a 3-year transition period for new entrants. These are not small steps. They are bold statements of intent. They show that our ecosystem is not just growing, it is evolving. We have developed a national roadmap, clear, deliberate, and forward-looking. Our vision is clear: to promote financial inclusion, generate more investment, and provide more financial services for all Filipinos, whether Muslim or non-Muslims. Can I move to the next slide, please? A roadmap that aims to open doors wider, bring investments deeper, and invite every Filipino, regardless of faith, into the financial opportunities of our future. We are witnessing tangible progress. From one Islamic bank, we now have 3. From 0 takaful operators, we now have 4. We have also a historic sovereign sukuk issuance in December 2023, which was listed in the Dubai Nasdaq, that was oversubscribed by almost 5 times. We also see sukuk on the horizon as part of our financing mix. Regulatory reforms that lower barriers to entry, making it easier for conventional banks to establish Islamic banking windows. We have also a working Sharia supervisory board. All these steps move us closer to a future where Islamic finance is not an exception, but a natural part of the Philippine financial landscape. A future where more players join, where Sharia-compliant products become common, where a regional sukuk market connects us to our ASEAN neighbors, where Islamic finance becomes a platform for peace, prosperity, and shared progress. This is our direction, a future shaped by coordination, purpose, and shared vision. And so we stand together at this moment. I invite you to see what is possible, not tomorrow, but now. Not just in policy, but in lives changed. Not just in markets, but in communities empowered. Islamic finance in the Philippines is not just a success story. It is a story of inclusion, empowerment, and national transformation. Thank you very much. Again, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much, Ari, for that. That's a fascinating case study in building success upon success, and some very practical steps as well. I'm sure we'll come back to some of those in a moment. That sense of building and building partnerships, something, of course, that you do all the time, Hamza, in your role. It's very much central to. Perhaps you tell us a little bit about that before we open out to a more general discussion.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين. Excellencies, distinguished speakers, moderators, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a great honor for me, on behalf of the General Council for Islamic Banks and Financial Institutions, IBAFI, to join this distinguished panel on New Horizons, the Islamic economy in global markets beyond majority Muslim societies. Let me begin by expressing my gratitude to AlBaraka Group, Sheikh Yusuf Khalawi, Sheikh Abdullah Saleh Kamil, and the team for organizing this important dialogue at such a crucial time. The theme aligns closely with SIBAFI's mission to represent and advocate for and enhance the Islamic financial services sector on a global scale. We gather in London, a city that perfectly captures its status as a global financial hub with deep historical significance. It becomes a reminder that Islamic finance is no longer defined by geography, but by its growing global demand. This phenomenon raises the fundamental question: how can we expand beyond majority Muslim countries and societies without losing our Islamic authenticity? And more importantly, what policy and practical actions must we take to make the Islamic economy a credible and trusted part of global markets? As SIBAFI, we believe the answer lies in institutional readiness, in building the enabling ecosystem of policy, regulation, human capital, and cross-cultural trust. Ladies and gentlemen. Second slide, please. Yeah. I can use this? Yeah. All right. Okay, thank you. Despite the macroeconomic and political instability that has hit the current year, the Islamic financial services industry expanded to 5.98 trillion in 2024, reflecting a remarkable 21% growth in assets. With operations across 98 countries, this composition of IFSI assets remains dominated by Islamic banking, which represents 71%. In addition, the Islamic economy is sometimes overlooked by the industry, spanning sectors such as halal food, travel, fashion, and ethical finance, which can boost the industry's growth, as it is reported by that Muslim spending across the Islamic economy sectors, excluding Islamic finance, expanded by 2.43 trillion in 2023, growing 5.5%. Looking forward, this spending is projected to rise to 3.36 trillion by 2028. The Islamic banking sector can leverage these untapped areas to further expand the Islamic economy in non-Muslim majority countries, as these sectors generate real economic activity that reinforces national economic growth, inclusiveness, and the global relevance of Islamic finance. However, Islamic banks today face various challenges that require a comprehensive regulatory framework. The insights from our latest publication, Global Islamic Bankers Survey, in 2025, which was conducted across 105 Islamic banks and 29 countries, found that the top priority concerns faced by the Islamic bankers' executives are Sharia standards, compliance and governance frameworks, risk management in information technology, including cybersecurity risk, lack of implementation of international regulations, including anti-money laundering and countering the financing of terrorism, human resources and talent development. The insights derived from our findings show both the many possibilities available and the critical areas that require urgent policy intervention. To turn these risks into concrete and actionable steps, allow me to elaborate explicitly on 4 key action pillars that we believe governments, regulators, and institutions must prioritize. So the first pillar, which is regulatory empowerment, The priority is to create fair and enabling regulatory environments for Islamic finance. In many jurisdictions, Islamic financial institutions still operate under a legal and tax framework designed solely for conventional finance. This creates higher transaction costs, limits innovation, and discourages international investment. Across regions, for instance, Southeast Asia, Malaysia, and the Luxembourg government have started exploring the regulatory framework that supports the development of Islamic finance. These initiatives demonstrate a growing recognition that a coherent legal, tax, and regulatory environment is fundamental to unlock the full potential of the Islamic financial services industry, particularly in hybrid economies where conventional and Islamic systems coexist. In addition to sustain Sharia authenticity, while promoting market inclusivity and regulatory advancement, it is essential to have a Sharia regulatory framework that ensures Islamic financial institutions operate in full alignment with Sharia principles, developed through cooperation, gradual adaptation, and multi-stakeholder consultation, consistent with national priorities and institutional readiness. Therefore, at Sibafi, we facilitate governments and regulators to promote dialogue on legal, tax, and regulatory frameworks in order to ensure equal treatment of the Islamic financial services industry, especially in non-Muslim majority countries. Sibafi plays an active role in facilitating policy advocacy through open dialogue and roundtables among regulators, ministries, and financial authorities to exchange insights on developing adaptive legal and regulatory frameworks for Islamic finance, as well as by submitting our advocacy comments to international standard setters to address concerns between regulators and the IFSIs. To support the development of the Islamic banking regulatory framework, establishing sound regulatory foundations for Islamic finance requires phased, consultative, and evidence-based processes that take into account each country's institutional capacity and economic objectives. Therefore, we contribute to the development of such frameworks through our bilateral dialogues and technical workshops with central banks and policymakers, and the sharing of international case studies and regulatory insights that inform pilot initiatives, and the provision of policy inputs and analytical research aligned with international standards and best practices. To strengthen Sharia governance through dialogue and collaboration at Sibafi, we are committed to facilitating open dialogue and consultations with regulators and policymakers to strengthen Sharia governance frameworks that uphold authenticity and ensure the integrity of Islamic financial operations. Collectively, these initiatives reaffirm Sibafi's mission as a global platform for policy dialogue, advocacy, and regulatory collaboration, assisting national regulators in designing enabling frameworks and promoting convergence in Sharia development. For the second pillar, enhancing digital resilience and safeguarding industry trust, this pillar addresses what may soon become the defining challenge for our time, technological risk. How much time left I have? Okay. The rapid rise of digital Islamic banks, fintech startups, and online sukuk platforms has dramatically improved access to finance, but it has also introduced new vulnerabilities, including cyber attacks, which have become a global problem with financial services among the most targeted sectors. For Islamic finance, safeguarding against these risks is a critical component of upholding Sharia compliance, particularly in protecting stakeholder assets and maintaining client security and trust. Any cyber attack event significantly decreases the trust of all stakeholders. At Sibafi, we believe that operational and digital resilience are fundamental components of modern Islamic finance. Standing alongside financial stability, this resilience is essential to demonstrate a profound respect for Sharia principles, which follow the maqasid al-Sharia in protecting wealth and to ensure a genuine respect for the client's security and data. A key priority for the industry should be the enhancement of supervisory or governance frameworks to address these technological risks. More broadly, this requires a comprehensive and collaborative approach to developing resilience standards. So at SIBAFI, we are dedicated to supporting efforts to address these technological risks through our advocacy, policy notes, and technical workshops. We are pleased to announce several initiatives to support these goals through our latest guidelines titled The Digital Momentum, Impact on Islamic Banks, and Guidelines for Adaptability. Our policy brief note titled The Rising Concern of Cybersecurity in Islamic Finance, Key Risks, Current Practices, and Cyber Defense Approaches. Our technical workshop for executive training programs on digital transformation in Islamic banking. Our forthcoming policy notes responding to severe exogenous events, a guide for Islamic banks, are set to be published by the end of this year. For the third pillar, capacity building. So in this pillar is about people. SIBAFI believes that investing in human capital is the most sustainable form of institutional resilience. Policies can only go as far as people can carry them. Without capable human capital, the Islamic economy cannot move forward. This is where education, certification, and research become strategic priority. To strengthen public awareness, Islamic finance must also communicate its values more effectively. SIBAFI actively contributes to this effort through our media engagement, global advocacy, and accessible publications and reports that highlights the industry's principles. Should I stop?
I can bring it to an end. Hamza, we'll,
thank you very much for. Thank you for listening.
I know you're very keen.
Sorry for taking more time.
I know Hamza's very keen to talk about international standards, and we'll come on to that in the discussion. But Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much to all three of you. One thing that comes across, I'm a lawyer, so naturally I see every one of the presentations has begun with regulation. It's always there. But in a non-Muslim majority country, where are we going to, how do we create the environment where that regulation gets the priority it requires? Because clearly it is a priority, as you've demonstrated in Nigeria. Arifa Abdulrahman, how does that come about? Where's the driver to create a regulatory basis, sound and safe regulatory basis for Islamic finance in the countries that you work in?
Well, thank you very much. And once again, I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation to the Central Bank of Nigeria. The regulation comes from the fact that even if you are in a secular society, you have the right to religion. And the right to religion provides that you adhere to your religion in certain aspects, including the right to have Sharia-compliant financing for the Muslims. And that means even in the secular societies, there's the recognition that you need to practice your religion in the way that is instructed, if it is not against or it's not violate the national rules. And so that is the basis. And once you have that, then at the national level, you need to now start providing that foundation, because that legal recognition provides clarity, parity, and investor confidence. In the first instance, the laws will tell you what to do and what not to do, what kind of financial institutions you need to license, and how you supervise them. Two, it will also provide parity, because most of the systems, we are on the conventional side. In Nigeria, you have banks that are 100 years old and so on. So you can see that it's the dominant system. Now, to bring parity, you also need that legal recognition. For instance, in central banks, most of us know, we have instruments that will manage liquidity to fulfill our financial system stability role, as well as inflationary role. So you have instruments that if you want to mop up liquidity or if you want to inject liquidity, you need to utilize them. However, they are all interest-based. Now, this legal recognition will also give you the ability to develop non-interest liquidity management instruments, so that when you are dealing with the with the Islamic banks, you can offer them instruments that are in compliance with the license you give them, which is non-interest, no dealing in interest. So that is it. And then finally, investors will know that whatever they are going to do, or whatever institution they are going to deal with, that institution is recognized by law. So those are the three things that gives you. And then finally, it will also give the regulatory and supervisory institutions the power to issue regulations and frameworks, because it's not always every day that you go to the parliament. Once you have that legal recognition, it will also give you the power to manage the institutions on a day-to-day basis, how you license them, how you supervise them when you go for inspection, and how you do arbitration, and consumer protection. Thank you.
All of which, of course, are essential, whichever sort of financing you're operating in. Arifa, you talked about, you mentioned a couple of things. You talked about financial inclusion, you talked about ethical considerations, ethical drivers for investment as well. These are clearly hugely important factors, and really, this is not a Islamic issue. These are human issues, really.
Yes. Yes. In the case of the Philippines, I have mentioned that particularly in the southern part of the Philippines, that area is really highly unbanked. And let me budge on the issue on the importance of establishing laws. In the case of the Philippines, without the Islamic banking law, we cannot allow other players to get into the system. So we need to have that law to have an enabling environment. So when we had that law, the central bank has now authority to issue broader set of regulations. The law is also important to provide tax neutrality, to provide level playing field for Islamic finance products. Without tax neutrality, nobody will actually patronize Islamic finance products because they will become more costly. The third importance of having that law is to authorize agencies to provide infrastructure. So in the case of the central bank, we had to amend our charter to have an authority to provide Sharia-compliant facilities. In the case of our Philippine Deposit Insurance Corporation, they need to amend also their charter to have authority to establish Sharia-compliant facilities. So these are really important. And the main purpose why the national government strongly pushed for Islamic finance is mainly for financial inclusion. We've seen, based on the study commissioned by the Asian Development Bank, that although we've been highlighting that Islamic finance is for all, whether Muslims or non-Muslims. Of course, for the non-Muslims, it's a way of, providing alternative portfolios if you want to diversify your investments and exposures. But for the Muslim Filipinos, based on the study, they've been provided with conventional banks, at least those areas that have banking presence, but they're not banking with those conventional banks because of riba. And so the government came to realize that it's about time that we also provide them what they have been demanding for, which is the Sharia-compliant financing facilities. And if you look at the neighboring countries like Malaysia, Indonesia, Brunei, they had the Islamic finance products many years. And in fact, if you look at the Philippines, we had the first Islamic bank way back in 1973. They're saying it's one of the oldest Islamic banks in the Philippines, but because of lack of many infrastructure, like lack of Sharia compliant in the central bank, lack of deposit Sharia scheme, it's not able to really take off as a full-fledged Islamic bank. So that's another reason. We want that Islamic bank also to operate as a full-fledged Islamic bank and serve the needs of the Filipino people. So those are actually the aspirations of the Philippine government in promoting Islamic finance.
And the other factor, I think, is the ethical dimension to this. And this is something I know that, Hamza, you work with people around the world on that. But of course, there's also the danger of dilution in this too. And talk a little bit about that focus, that concern that you have.
Yeah. So if you look at Islamic finance in the last 33 decades, so you will see that what is happening is a framework and a system, a global system, is developing without considering the Sharia requirements, and it is imposed upon the countries, and countries are adopting these naturally, of course. They're adopting these well-established laws and standards, and when the Islamic finance comes and getting introduced, what we are trying to do is to fit it in this system without trying to change the infrastructure of the system and the essential rules of these standards, international laws. You can see a lot of instances when it comes to the banking model itself, when it comes to Basel requirements, when it comes to the LCs and the Incoterms, when it comes to there is an inherent gap between the Sharia requirement.
And is there a way through this gap?
Yes, I think dialogue is the most important, and I think these bodies who are developing the international standards has to consider that there is a major population in the world, which is the Muslim population, and the rest of the humanity, the ethical population, if I may say. They have these requirements, and they have to have the dialogue with them. What can we do to introduce standards that fits the requirements for these population? So we don't have this ethical contradiction, as you said. We can see that there are a lot of Islamic banks conducting halal tools, but when it comes to the finance itself, it's not considering the ethical sides of the finance. They don't consider the planet. They don't consider the green of the planet. They don't consider whether it is financing weaponry or other ethical issues.
And this all requires capacity building. You've both mentioned that. It's a real challenge, the skilling, the reskilling of financial services professionals so that they understand some of these issues. Now, there are many people in this room who've experienced that personally in their own careers as they've learned about Islamic financing and Islamic finance products. Could you tell us a little bit about what you are doing in Nigeria, what you've been doing in the Philippines to address that capacity gap?
Okay, thank you very much. I think we need to understand that Islamic banks and other financial institutions need another layer of education and understanding, because in addition to adhering to the conventional and other rules of the national and international, they also need to understand the Sharia, because that is the basic foundation of Islamic finance. Now, you need it in several ways. You need educated central bank supervisors, because they will first develop, as we have said earlier, liquidity management instruments, which is what the central banks use. So you need to have people that understand the Sharia and that understand Islamic commercial jurisprudence to develop these products and apply them. You need supervisors that understand the Sharia so that when they go to the financial institutions, they will recognize whether they are doing Islamic finance or just providing products in the name of Islamic finance. They need education. For the financial institutions, before you get licensed in Nigeria, you need to have a Sharia board, which we call the Advisory Council of Experts. These are people that, are lawyers, Islamic finance expert, fiqh expert, but you also must demonstrate that in addition to your knowledge of fiqh, you also understand Islamic commercial jurisprudence. Then we need education on that. Within the institutions, we also have departments or units or offices, depending on the size of the institution. Some may just need a unit of 4 or 5 people. Some may need a unit, or bigger banks may have a department of Sharia, because their job is to, first of all, develop products. If you don't know Islamic Sharia, you will not be able to develop products that the market will recognize and say, yes, these are Sharia products. In addition, you need compliance officers, those that will know that these products...
A sad reality, but it's true.
It's true. You need compliance officers, and you also need internal auditors. After the deal has been done, they need to audit and see whether these deals are in compliance with the products approved by the central bank. Yeah. All these need capacity building and education. And finally, you also need to engage the public for them to trust the system, especially where you have resistance, where people think Islamic finance is for Muslims only. And in Nigeria, the regulation is for all. In terms of investments, you can hold shares. In terms of deposit, you can obtain financing, and you can also apply and get jobs in Islamic financial institutions, whether you're Muslim or a non-Muslim. So on this, we are collaborating with the universities and the private sector in order to educate people and also provide certification. We are also,
I'll bring in Arif. I'll bring in Arif.
Yeah.
On if I may.
In the Philippines, the same thing with Dr. Abdul Rahman has mentioned. We have recognized from day one that low awareness and low understanding is the greatest challenge in promoting and developing Islamic banking and finance. So when we were drafting the bill, the Islamic banking law, we have already included provisions mandating certain government institutions to do capacity building on Islamic banking and finance. We also did a sustainable capacity building framework. For example, we have coordinated with universities in the Philippines for them to produce Islamic finance professionals. So at least now we have at least one university that's producing Islamic finance professionals. In addition to that, we were fortunate that we have a technical assistance previously with the Asian Development Bank, and we did series of capacity building within and outside of the different government agencies involved. Within the central bank, we also have developed our internal training module for Islamic finance, because as Dr. Abdul Rahman has mentioned, we need to teach our examiners and supervisors on how to supervise Islamic banks. Although the approach of the Philippines is that Sharia compliance is not the responsibility of the central bank. We have actually pushed that responsibility to the Islamic financial institutions. If they are operating Islamic banking windows, they need to have a framework to ensure that their products and services are Sharia compliant. So what the central bank will do is to check and continuously supervise this financial institution and ensure that they are implementing their Sharia governance framework. That's how we did it.
Thank you, Aziz. What, in terms of that international picture that you see, that capacity building across the globe, I was very struck with Lord Johnson, Dominic Johnson's statistic when he gave the keynote 45 minutes or so ago, that there were 70 universities, or was it 70 you mentioned?
Yeah, in England, yes.
In the UK that are offering effectively finance training in Islamic finance as part of their course. It's an incredible number, really, when you think about it. But internationally, what's the story internationally? What are you doing to support that?
Yeah, so capacity building is a very important tool to advance the Islamic finance agenda. So what we in Sibafi, we are providing a myriad of Islamic finance certificates for specialists. But what I want to emphasize is Islamic knowledge is not only for the specialists; it's also for the public. I think there is a lot to do in Islamic finance realm, and to develop more and to see the impact of ethical Islamic finance is by educating the public. If the public is well educated, they will be the supervisors on the financial institutions and also on the regulators themselves. So they will push by demand on how to implement the Islamic banking in its real terms, which is connected to the real economy.
Well, I knew that we were going to run out of time. This when we had a preparation call for this. I thought, actually, these guys, we could talk all morning about some of these issues. I'm really keen, however, just to give you an opportunity, the audience, to ask one or two questions, if there are one or two. I'm sure we have a microphone somewhere in the room. If there's a gentleman right at the back, and if you would just give us your name and the institution that you are representing here today when you ask your question.
هشام هناك آخر واحد هناك.
There we are. Have we? Okay, we've got a mic going.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I want to ask how we can connect every mosque in the world. We have 3,600,000 mosques in the world, and we need to connect everyone with like one ummah. How we can do that? Who can help that with that?
You want me to?
Yeah, Hamza, you.
Yeah. So if I don't know what you mean by one ummah, but if you are talking about advancing the knowledge of Islamic banking, Islamic finance, so I think the mosque is an important venue for delivering this knowledge. But the imams of these mosque has to be well educated in before saying something, because we have a lot of issue when it comes to a Sharia guy who is speaking about the Islamic finance and he doesn't understand finance. It always creates a misunderstanding of what is really happening and a wrong fatwa. So mosque is an important venue, of course, to deliver the knowledge of Islamic finance. But the scholars who wants to speak about Islamic finance, they have to also have a minimum knowledge in finance and banking tools.
I would almost say that the bigger challenge is the non-Muslim population, and actually connecting the non-Muslim users of financial services with Islamic finance and the understanding. I think that's almost the bigger challenge. It is the bigger challenge as we're talking here today. And I think the ESG element to this, I think, is really important as well. In some respects, Islamic finance may be the savior of ESG, given the other pressures that the ESG agenda is on, particularly those winds that are blowing across the Atlantic. Now, well, another question at the back there, perhaps maybe the gentleman on the right, and then I'll come to the lady here in the front.
So, good morning, everyone, and thanks very much for the presentation. Dr. Jassim Al-Uklam from Mangal Ruskin University. And my question to Mr. Bawazir, I think in your talk you have mentioned that we are trying to fit the regulation, the Islamic finance regulation within the international system. And as you may all of us know, that the objective of Islamic finance is completely different from the conventional finance.
Exactly.
The goals are completely different. The way how we look at things also completely different. So you said probably like by having more dialogue in order to fit all these regulations within the international system. Can you explain more about the dialogues?
Yeah.
You got different objectives, you got different shareholders, you got different business model. How it can be fit? And as a moderator, you are a legal man, so you know how difficult to fit some social, religious things within a tight system. Thank you very much.
You allow me?
Yeah. Absolutely. One.
So it's an interesting, good question. But let me tell you something. The problem, you're right. Now the goal of the individual, whether he's a Muslim or non-Muslim, is to maximize his profit when he do business. The bank's goal is to maximize their profit for the shareholders, which is natural, which is okay. But the difference is that in an Islamic Sharia framework, you are allowed to make as much fortune you want, but you have a responsibility for the society you are living in. So you have to do this balance. It's not something that is a charity and you can choose. No, you can make as much profit as you can as an individual, but you have a tax on this by providing for the society, for your brethren in the society. They have to benefit from your fortune. So this is the main difference between the capitalism and the communism that Islamic unique framework has, which is a balance between both. So when you say, okay, what should we do with what do you mean by the dialogue with the regulators and standard setup bodies in the world? The thing is that these bodies are pure capitalist, new economist theory standard setups. So the problem is they don't consider any other requirements of any other framework. And when it comes to the implementation, we face this pain as financial institutions and as regulators. Even the regulators, I know, they want to implement sometimes some of the aspects of Sharia and Islamic banking, and they face some of these standards which are imposed as we are in a globalized world, and they cannot because of the imposed standards and regulations. What I'm saying as a dialogue, I'm asking these international bodies to consider the requirements. Before 30 years, 40 years, there wasn't much momentum for Islamic banking and demand because of ignorance, maybe. But now the things has changed. So we need to have dialogue before setting any kind of new standards. They need to listen. What is the Sharia requirement for these certain countries who are implementing Sharia?
So if I just may say, just maybe 1 minute, please. In trying to, align the global standard with Islamic Sharia, in Nigeria, we are looking at, complementing the two. For instance, recently, the Financial Reporting Council of Nigeria agreed that they have to integrate IOFI standards into the IFRS standards in reporting because of the growth in the number of Islamic financial institutions, banks, insurance, finance companies, and so on. So that is very important. And secondly, we also have other Islamic standard setting bodies, like Islamic Financial Services Board. What they are doing now is instead of creating new standards, they are following a very revolutionary approach of, developing supplementary regulations. Okay, we have the global. So how do we now align to them without compromising Sharia standards? So that is a revolutionary way, which is also very good.
So
and this allows the financial institutions and the regulators, to find a way of combining
a partnership, which I think is a word that's been used a lot. Now, I think I'm probably going to get into real trouble with our MC, but I'm going to take one last quick question, if I may, from the lady in the front. Yes.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Sarah Tobin. I'm a professor at the Christian Mickelson Institute in Bergen, Norway. I have a question for Sister Arifa. Thank you for the lovely presentation, and to all of you for the lovely, really important presentations and a great way to kick off our panel discussions today. I've been thinking about the question and researching the question of how to grow Islamic finance within the context of Norway. And also it is a Muslim minority country, similar to the Philippines, and yet you guys have done so much good work to grow the industry and to reach untapped markets. And I'm wondering if you could identify maybe 2 or 3 key variables that made that possible in the Philippines that we could look at in other countries. For example, in the case of Norway, I can say that there has been limited, at best, political will, and that has been a major obstacle to the growth of the industry in that case. So perhaps you can share some additional insights into the Filipino case that we can learn from in other Muslim minority countries.
Okay, thank you. Briefly, well, first is there has to be a strong support of the national government as well as the government agencies, because you need to have their approvals to implement certain regulation. Second, there has to be a whole of government approach. It's not just the central bank, but different agencies working together so that the Islamic finance ecosystem can be developed. If you talk about Islamic finance, it's not only about banking. You need to develop capital market. You need to develop also insurance. So you need to work together with other government agencies and even private institutions, like those in charge for accounting standards and auditing standards, because you need to complement the regulations with those international standards. Of course, third is capacity building. That's really, really important, because if you don't have people who have the skills to move this forward, then, it's not going to be successful. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you for being succinct in that last question. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, I'm definitely out of time now. I think we're all out of time. But I'd like you all to please thank our excellent panelists for their really insightful presentations this morning. I've hugely enjoyed moderating this panel, so thank you very much, Hamza, Arifa, and Abdul Rahman. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that very insightful discussion to our moderator and all three of our esteemed panelists. We appreciate your contributions. Honorable guests, we will now go to a 45-minute lunch break. We will also have an area where you can pray. Lunch will be served in the balcony right behind you, and the prayer rooms are to your right. See you all back in this conference room where we will convene with the second panel of the day at 1 p.m. Thank you very much. I will call you one by. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed your lunch and you're re-energized to direct all of your attention to the second panel discussion of the fourth AlBaraka Forum. As we continue our journey through today's summit, it is my pleasure to introduce our next session titled Islamic Banking in Global Markets and Environments Between Aspirations and Operational Realities. Today, our panelists will explore the opportunities and challenges of taking Islamic banking beyond traditional markets, from ambitious growth strategies to navigating regulatory frameworks, operational complexities, and a cross-border integration. Join me now in welcoming our moderator to the stage, the head of Sharia compliance of Al Rayan Bank, Dr. Mohammed Saeed Fadloon. Joining Dr. Fadloon are the Chief Executive Officer of Gatehouse Bank, His Excellency Mr. Charles Hairsnape, the Chief Executive Officer of AlBaraka Bank, South Africa, His Excellency Mr. Shabir Chauhan, and last but certainly not least, the Director and President of the Islamic Bank of Thailand, His Excellency Dr. Tauliap Ritapuro. Over to you, Doctor.
Thank you. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is Saeed Fadloon. I'm the head of Sharia at Al Rayan Bank, the largest Islamic bank in the UK. If we think about it, conventional banks started many centuries ago. Like if we look to the oldest surviving conventional bank, it's based in Italy. It was established 1472. And if we look to the oldest Islamic bank, just established a few decades ago, Dubai Islamic Bank, it was established 1975. So if we think about it, we do have more than 500 years between the oldest conventional and oldest Islamic. So definitely a lot to be done in all aspects of Islamic banking. And before I start, I would like to thank AlBaraka Summit and the organizer for organizing this type of summit, because it's helping a lot to shape the future of Islamic banking. So our session today will focus on Islamic banking in global markets and environment between aspiration and operational realities. So Islamic banks started to enter many markets, like in Europe, in Africa, and Asia. So they do have many challenges. At the same time, they do have exciting opportunities. Each stakeholders might have different perspective. Like, for example, the customers, they just want affordable products. They want to make sure it's Sharia compliant. They want good service. Regulators, they want you to be compliant with the regulation and check the safety and soundness for Islamic bank. Even myself, as a head of Sharia, my main interest to make sure the institution is in line with Sharia. So the main responsibility, or one of the responsibility of the leaders of this type of Islamic banks, to keep all stakeholders happy. And I have the privilege today to discuss with the three leaders in Islamic banking, not just from different countries, but also from different continents. Like, I do have the privilege to meet Mr. Charles, the CEO of Gatehouse Bank, Mr. Shabir Chauhan, the CEO of AlBaraka Bank South Africa, and Dr. Tawailab Ritapuro, Director and the President of Islamic Bank of Thailand. So we'll start with the presentation with Mr. Dr. Tawailab, so to learn more about Islamic banking in Thailand. Dr. Tawailab, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Saeed, for your kind introduction. Esteemed panelists, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, it's truly an honor for Islamic Bank of Thailand and myself to be represented in this forum. I was invited to this forum last year, and I was so excited to learn a lot of excitement in the UK. And I think AlBaraka Forum, particularly the Sheikh Yusuf, has done a terrific job raising awareness for Islamic banking in the country and worldwide. I'd like to share a Thailand experience. And the themes of this forum is for growing Islamic finance in the non-Muslim country. Thailand is quite unique. We have about 10% Muslim population, which is about 6 million. It's quite large. The Islamic Bank of Thailand was set up 22 years ago. That's what a perfect timing. There was a political will back then, and also a desire from the Muslim scholar and Muslim community to have the bank for their own, to provide the Sharia compliant service for them. So that's why when the two factors met together, we were created by specific law. But that's how we was set up. We've been through a couple challenges because we were one and only Sharia bank in the system where the banking system is predominantly dominated by conventional bank. So imagine we are the one and only. New bank was set up. Back then, we had to recruit a lot of bankers from the conventional bank circle. So the bank were formed with some sort of political will intention. In less than 10 years, we ran into difficulty. And then the government need to step in and bail out. So they have to increase their shareholding from below 50% up to 100% at the moment. So from then on, we have been a state enterprise, subject to a lot of regulation. And we have the policy mandate from the government, and we are one among the 6 specialized financial institutions, or SFI. Some of you that have come from the developing country, you might have come across that term, specialized financial institution, and an arm from the government to provide particular function to the system, like in housing, saving. We are one of them that provide the Sharia compliant service to the Muslim community. In hindsight, what were needed to make the bank function well? I would think in a country where you have the bank-based economy, you have to find the right positioning, whether you would serve Muslim and non-Muslim. We have to serve both. So that's why striking the right balance so that you can cater to those two groups of the customer is a challenge. Communicating, provide service. And the term Sharia is not well known in Thailand. We need to raise some awareness. Some Muslims, they even bank with the conventional bank, but they have the way to deal with the interest or riba. And the bank was created with a specific law, but the country had no regulatory regime to support it. So when it comes to funding, liquidity, you could imagine, even this day, we have to find a partner that we could do some placement or other activity once they agree to do only Sharia compliant transaction and documentation. And the ecosystem has been very small. We have a few Takafu players. The capital market activity is still in early stage. So in hindsight, I think what were needed to make the bank function well, I think those are the factors. I came to this bank 3 years ago with a background from the conventional bank. I have seen the opportunity for this bank, if it's properly managed and put the right position, connect to the outside world, that might be a good opportunity for Islamic Bank of Thailand to become a country asset. That's why I propose a couple of pillars that I call the strategic priority. One is to reaffirm our mandates and relevance for the national financial system, which is a key. The second one is to strengthen our capability. We need to be on par with conventional banks in terms of service to provide them some convenience. And the most important that we discussed today, that we need to find a proper operating model. So we come across the idea of Maqasid al-Sharia, SDG or ESG. But I could tell you from my own perspective, even for the conventional bank to implement the green and everything, it still takes time. So imagine if we want to follow them or introduce that type of concept, we need to execute it well in terms of putting that concept into the way we do business. That's why when it comes to transplanting our Islamic banking as a theme of this forum, we need to re-engage very actively with the Muslim community. I think we work with mosques, encourage them to use our account as their operating account. We work with them in zakat management and on every opportunity that the bank would be of value to them. We digitize our process. We were the last bank in Thailand that had the mobile banking, but we got it done in less than a year. We launched our mobile app at the Central Mosque in Pattani, the down south of Thailand. Right now, 60% of our transactions has been conducted online. We achieved that purpose, and we encourage Muslims to switch over to our bank. So it's now time to embed some sort of new Islamic value into the way we operate, perception. So we look to Maqasid al-Sharia as a guiding principle, but still it's a long way to go. So let me show you a couple of things in terms of the way we affirm our mandate and relevance. As you can see from the picture, is our mobile app. It's a mini app that has been put in the government super app. So imagine you walk into the big shopping mall of the government service. They would decide one set for the commercial bank, a second set for the SFI, and another set only for us, so that the burdens of the regulator to implement this. So we try to find a way to learn from the peer group in the region. So we look to our friends like from Malaysia and from Indonesia, where they have Islamic bank. The two countries are building their Islamic bank powerhouse. They are a lot bigger than us, but they've been through a series of adaptation. So we set up a dialogue to discuss and learn from them, get access to their knowledge, and seek their assistance, exchange certain ideas on many occasions that we have. Okay. And we work closely with the Central Islamic Council. so that they would be strong supporter for us. So we have one more dream, to build an ecosystem so that we could have an ecosystem that enable us to grow. I like to come up for the key takeaway for my presentation. One thing from our experience, finding the right positioning is key. Digital transformation is a game that you couldn't avoid because you have to provide convenience to customer. Muslims are also your customer. As long as you provide trust to them and convenience to them, you serve both purposes, and you can be banked from the other non-Muslim as well. The governance is all key. It's a tough task, but we have to take it because in our country, we have no adequate regulatory system. I have to say that. And the last one is strengthening our connectivity. The why I come here, I travel, I speak in many places, so that people would know that we have Islamic Bank of Thailand. We try to use the leverage of becoming a state-owned enterprise to get access to many forums. So I hope all of you that if there is anything you could work with us or share with us or would like us to connect to the market in Thailand, I'm more than happy to. Thank you so much for listening to my presentation.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Very interesting. So in market where like it's suited more conventional banking, like the regulation, the all aspect, it's suitable for conventional banking. I would like to know about each country, how they operate, and mainly what challenges they are facing, and what progress has been made so far when it comes to the regulation and regulatory requirements. I'll start with Mr. Charles. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, no problem at all. No slides, so we'll just talk here. So basically, Gatehouse Bank is, I mean, you come from the biggest Islamic finance bank in the UK. We're the fastest growing, so I'm sure we'll overtake at some point. We basically specialize in residential financing of UK homes, but for people across the globe who want to invest in the UK. What we found really interesting is the demand for these services is growing for Sharia-compliant financing, which actually surprised me a little bit. It's grown faster than I thought it might do, which is fantastic. So in the UK, as we know, there's probably about 4.5 million Muslims, something of that order. Fast-growing segment of society, which is brilliant. Younger average age demographic, which is really good, so there's increasing demand. And we see also a lot of people really are looking for slick services, which they should demand. That's the same for Islamic finance as it is for conventional. On a practical level, what we've been kind of trying to overcome is some of the natural impediments to Islamic finance processing in the UK, which are historical. Nobody's done this on purpose. But obviously, the bulk of conventional finance has now got relatively slick processes for mortgages, legal services, the whole taxation. We've been chipping away for quite a long time with help from some colleagues in the room to try and equalize some of those processes. Give you an example. So stamp duty in the UK, obviously, anyone who's not from the UK here, there's a really good tax. We all love it, you know. You pay on your houses when you buy them. And who knows, it might even go up next week, let's hope not. But that's a tax that's payable. Now, that was a double taxation in Islamic finance several years ago. You paid twice, just because the structure of the transactions. That was equalized by the Solicitors Regulation Authority giving an exemption where it could apply to Islamic finance. But there's loads of other anomalies. Now, a really big one until fairly recently was capital gains tax. So obviously, in home finance, the bank owns the property and the customer transfers with us ownership over time, as you know. But actually, if they refinanced that property, it counts as a transaction of the property, even though they've not sold the house. That could have led to a levy of capital gains tax, which could be huge. Now, we've managed to sort that out as well. So we got approval from the HM Treasury last year. Primary legislation, which, believe you me, is really hard to get changed, and I'm not a politician. So we got a change in the budget last year to equalise that. There's one other big one that we're fighting hard with, and that is the need to have a lawyer on each side of a property transaction, which is historical. We don't think that's fair, actually. We don't see any reason for it. So again, we're looking to try and equalise that situation where we can have one lawyer, subject to the customer's consent, acting for both parties. So these are examples, really, of where we can speed things up, make things as equal as possible for those people that want Islamic finance versus conventional finance. But the really good news is we see really, really incredible demand for these products. Yeah, our biggest challenge, frankly, is to keep up with capital growth, because obviously we need capital to grow the bank, and that in itself is a very interesting challenge. We keep getting capital and using it. So if anyone's got 100 million or whatever for equity, please give me a shout, because we'd be delighted to share some of our profits with you. Be delighted. But the key point really is this level playing field. So from a UK perspective, what can we do to help grow Sharia finance for home finance is getting equalisation of these blockers, because there's absolutely no reason, in my opinion, for it. So we'll see it grow. Just give you another quick example. Half of my customers for home finance are offshore, GCC customers, so nationals of GCC, Malaysia, Singapore, all sorts of places, Germany, France, because they see the UK housing market as a really good investment. Now, we don't give investment advice, but they see it as a really good investment opportunity. So the more people that actually want to concentrate on the robust UK housing market, and they want a Sharia-compliant facility, there's really only us currently, where you come and see. Now, there's a bit more competition coming in, and we like that. The more competition, the better. Keeps us all sharp. But nevertheless, it's a growing market, and we're delighted it's growing. My ideal scenario is that I get inundated by non-Muslims that want a Sharia finance product. And the reason for that would be it chimes with ethical values, it chimes with ESG. We were a founder member of the United Nations Principles for Responsible Banking, and we're small, but it's important to people. And the younger generation coming through, particularly the Muslim population, they're more and more keen, I've found, on the values related to finance. The price isn't the be-all and end-all. It's important, but it's not the be-all and end-all. It's about what are the values of the lender or the finance house that's providing that product. So some practical issues there.
Yeah, thank you so much. So in the UK, the government is keen to provide level playing field for Islamic finance, but sometimes unintentionally, like for example, Rental Right Act, for example, or capital gain tax, unintentionally affected the Islamic banking market in general. And that's very useful. Thank you so much. Thank you. I would like also to listen about South Africa, what's going there, and what are the challenges when it comes to regulatory and legal aspect of the system there.
Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon, Syed. Thank you. I think just to share the experience, it's been a very unique experience in establishing Islamic banking in South Africa. The Muslim population currently is about 2 or 3%, and it was more internal aspiration for people wanting Islamic banking. So way back in 1988, there was an advocate that was interested in Islamic banking. He went and approached the late Sheikh Saleh Kamal, and Sheikh Kamal at that stage went into partnerships with local business people, and the bank was formed. So at that point in time, there were no laws relating to Islamic banking. They had to follow the normal conventional regulations. There were some guidelines that were issued, but these did not have any legal standing. But nevertheless, the authorities did allow that to go across. So in '89, when the bank was opened, I thought it was the first Islamic bank outside the Middle East, until we heard our colleague from Philippines saying that the Islamic Bank was established in 1973 in the Philippines, which was kind of a revelation to myself. So we're currently the only fully fledged Islamic bank in the country. So at that point in time, a second bank was established. Mistakenly, a license was given to another Islamic bank. That went into insolvency because of corporate governance requirements. And unfortunately, that set back Islamic banking in the country by about 10 years. Because as you know, Islamic banking is about trust. And here you had a second player coming across and creating some problems. So the demand for Islamic banking was there. The bank that I represent was quite small. Hence, you had Islamic windows opening first initially in 2005. And I do believe that the growth of Islamic banking in the country has occurred because of the Islamic windows coming in. You found that government took the windows a bit more seriously. There were bigger banks. They had to be more formalized. There had to be certainty with regulations and taxation, etc. And it took 20 years since AlBaraka was established for the first set of formalized regulations to be processed into our Income Tax Act and stamp duties and transfer tax, etc. So 20 years, from 89 to probably about 2009. Currently, there's 7 windows operating in the country, all started from the AlBaraka that was established in 1989. So the pedestrian growth that was achieved initially has now increased the growth quite significantly. We've created a banking association subcommittee on Islamic banking. All the banks get together. Initially, it was looked at competition, but we set a target for growing Islamic banking in the country. And since this association was established, the growth has been phenomenal, which I'll explain just now. So what was quite good about our regulatory authorities, they recognized that there was only conventional banking legislation, but they allowed us to apply for a sukuk, a tier 2 sukuk first, and then a tier 1 that helped us with our capital growth. I think my colleague has mentioned some of the capital requirements. We never have that problem because of the fact that we had a tier 2 and a tier 1 sukuk that was established. And that has helped the industry to grow to almost 2.5 billion pounds, or to 5 billion pounds. So currently there was a conference that took place last week, and in South African rands, the deposits constitute about 100 billion, which is amazing because that constitutes 1.6% of the total deposits in the country. So for me, that was a significant step that was achieved. Recently, and it took 34 years since we were established, for the regulatory authorities to issue a sukuk, a sovereign sukuk, to place treasury bills. So for 34 years, whatever interest that we received had to be donated to charity. And for the first time in 2023, the field started becoming a bit more kind of leveled. Interestingly, the recognition of Islamic banking in the country, as you know, we've got the G20 taking place in the country over the weekend, and one of the topics is going to be talking about Islamic banking. And for me to have a G20 forum that's hosting the topic of Islamic banking is quite significant. So just for me, some of the lessons that has been established, my view is that wherever you have a Muslim community, I think people will gravitate towards Islamic banking, even if it's a small, but it has to be on the basis that it's a small step that's taken. Giving you an example, it's taken 20 years to get legislation in our country, and then 34 years after that to get a sukuk. The second issue is that there has to be continuous lobbying and interaction with the regulatory authorities. I do believe that the next growth in the country is takaful, which is currently in the embryonic phases at this stage, but it's very, very underrepresented. There's only one takaful company in the country, and that has to go to another level. One of the problems with conventional banks coming into the Islamic space and Islamic windows is that their focus is obviously a defensive strategy. They want to make sure that they've got a market and they want to service the market, etc. And for that reason, the problem that we have in the country is that our advances deposit ratio is 20% as an industry, which means that there's a lot of liquidity sitting in there. As a sole Islamic bank, my ratio is 90%. So you can see that the funds are being used significantly to reinvest, and that's going to be a major challenge. So I think if anybody wants to establish in any country, it has to be internally driven. You can't be the sole Islamic bank in the country. You have to have an industry. You have to be taken seriously by the authorities, and that's what we found. Once the bigger banks came in, coincidentally, when the bigger banks came in as Islamic windows, when they advertised, our interest has increased because people wanted to come across and got more interested in the topics. Education is a major issue, we know that, and I think sometimes the criticism that has come in is not from the conventional institutions, but it's also people in the community. There's different views. And as I indicated, I think the last point I want to raise is previously as a small bank, the disadvantage that we had is that we did not have geographical representation. You've got the bigger banks that have got 500 to 600 branches. But now with digitalization, I do believe that that gives us a competitive advantage because we don't need to be in 600 locations. You can have only 2 or 3 locations, yet you can reach the same number of people. But I'll cover some of the other issues a bit later. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Dr. Tuwail, I do have too many questions about the presentation, but I will start with the same questions from legal and regulatory perspective. Are you facing any challenges?
From our own experience, designing the proper or adequate regulatory system, it depends on the context of each country. In the context of Thailand, I think the plus side, as we have the market ready, because talking about the population, Muslim density, so market size is not an issue. But the fact that we are coming late, because they are predominantly by the conventional bank, so we have to work closely with the regulator. As a government bank, we have two regulators to deal with. One is the Ministry of Finance, which is our direct regulator. The other is central bank. So we need to be sure in terms of, educate them through our Sharia board. When there are certain regulations, we need to be sure that we're going to be treated fairly for competition, because pretty much they would look to us to the conventional banking lanes, which I could understand. But when it comes to Sharia practice, certain aspect of Sharia, we need to work closely with them. But because we are the one and only in the country, that's why we need to work with a lot of stakeholders, Muslim scholar, educational institution, even the Sheikhul Islam office, so that we could, provide them some sort of advice, so that we could live in the system where we could coexist, serve the service, and compete.
Thank you so much. Thank you. In terms of the UK, is there a difference between what will work in the UK when compared with the rest of Europe and the globe in general, the global in general?
I don't think so. Not in particular, no. I mean, generally the principles are the same. As we said, the regulations are quite different. They've evolved at different stages. We're different. Obviously, to Thailand, we've got a very, very established regulatory system in the UK. So for an Islamic finance institution to get involved with that is more difficult. You're not evolving it as, in conjunction with the regulator. You are participating in a very well established. And that's where it throws up those anomalies I've been talking about. So I think it's not really, I mean, the issue in Europe actually is pretty well undeveloped, the Islamic finance market. I think there's a big opportunity there, I really do. I think there's a big population in Europe that would, I think, participate more in Islamic finance if it was more available. We see that because we see people applying to us who want to buy UK property, and they're from those countries. So it illustrates a desire for that kind of finance. So yeah, we see it. I think, as the colleagues have said, making it easier for people to do business with the institutions is key. And you've seen this where fintechs have been trying to come in. Fintechs is all well and good. I'm not knocking fintechs as a place for them, but we think it's in partnership with one of the specialist banks or institutions, because you need a product on the end of it, not just the fintech, obviously. So yeah, we, like others, we're working very hard in partnership with the fintech to increase the digitization of our proposition. It's already pretty digital. You were saying about how many branches there are. We've got 3 offices. Don't need any more. Don't want any more. London's our base. We're a UK regulated bank. And therefore, it's all about systemizing and making it really easy for people to do business. But I think, as you mentioned before, education is key. So we've done quite a lot of research, and the education in the UK needs to be enhanced further, I think, the awareness of Islamic finance. And actually, the size of it is bigger than people think. I mean, the current forecast is that by the end of next year, 26, it'll be 9 billion. That's home finance in the UK, if you tot up all the kind of specialist banks. So that's really from not a lot, actually. It's just general evolution. So I think more, publicity about what we're doing, more education is the way to go. So I think, we still see a huge opportunity. It's untapped, I think, largely untapped. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Regarding South Africa, and specifically AlBaraka Bank is well recognized. Personally, once I used to work for AlBaraka Bank long time ago. What were the advantages and disadvantages to use big name like AlBaraka Bank and to operate in South Africa?
I think initially it was the element of trust. When the bank was established, you must remember that it was an alien concept. People didn't know what Islamic banking was about. Is it, can it operate effectively? Will there be a problem, etc.? So I think with AlBaraka Bank coming into the country, and because of its name in the Middle East, it gave it a certain degree of credibility. And in the initial years, that helped out quite significantly. The fact that you had someone like the great Sheikh Saleh Kamal, that was very well known, and all his activities and his philanthropic initiatives resonated quite well in the initial years. From a disadvantage point of view, is probably there should have probably been a bit more capital injected in the earlier years. The same problem that all banks have. And I do believe that the growth would have been much significant if there was more capital. But all these issues comes with prioritization, etc. And in recent years, as I indicated, the fact that the only bank that has issued a sukuk, which was used for capital adequacy purposes, created less of a reliance on capital injection. And that's probably something that will help us to grow. So yes, there's been more positives than any negatives in terms of capital injection. So I'm not looking at it as a negative issue. It's just that the bank would have been much bigger if there was more capital available.
And managing expectation for customers like expected AlBaraka in our country. So maybe they do have huge demand to come to AlBaraka and request for finance. Was it something like challenges, like they need money as AlBaraka Bank operating in South Africa in terms of finance?
So at the moment, all our activities are only based in the country.
Okay.
It's not based overseas. All our transactions are in rand denominated for various reasons with exchange rate volatility, etc. So there wasn't much of an issue with that aspect. However, I think the fact is the AlBaraka name played a major role in branding the bank. And remember, the start-off of AlBaraka in South Africa 36 years ago has resulted in this big industry being established and something that's quite more formalized.
Thank you. Dr. Thawila, in your presentation, you highlight like early stages, you faces major challenges for iBank in general. What was turning point operationally and overall to make it a successful bank?
I have to personally give credit to the government. We've been through a series of 3 phases, I would describe. The early stages, when the bank was set up and we faced that challenge, liquidity that need government to bail out. We were at the decision point for the government whether to close us down or let us continue. That was a tough decision. But eventually, the government decided to bail out, that to keep the bank afloat. I think that's the bold decision. And it took them another 10 years to restructure, get rid of bad debt and everything. That's a tough job. I have to give credit to those people involved. I came in at the 3rd stage when the thing has been some sort of settled. So I has been recruited to work to revive this bank again and perhaps bring this back to the private scheme again. That's why we are in the process of make the bank beautiful, attractive, comes up with a new operating model equipped with the digital transformation, everything. And we hope that this process going forward, if we get it right, we would bring this bank back to become a country asset, connecting Thailand with the outside world in terms of Islamic economy. As an aspiration, and I pretty much looking forward for the government people to have the same idea and have a trust in this process and have the support. So that's the challenge. I have to admit, I came in very late, but I have another job to revive it and bring it back to where it were before and where it's supposed to be.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So we will talk now, same questions to my panelists, like regarding customers' perceptions about Islamic banking in general. Like it's typical, for example, customers might criticize home finance or commercial finance on the basis they are more expensive, for example, and they try to criticize like the Sharia aspect of this type of products. But usually you will never have similar challenge when it comes to saving account, because technically sometimes they are receiving extra money on their saving account. So how you manage the misconception, even in Thailand, for example, some customers, they think just Islamic banks just for Muslim, for example, and that's definitely wrong. How you manage misconceptions about Islamic banking in general, especially in non-Muslim countries?
So I think it's slightly overplayed, if I'm honest. I think what we tend to find is certain commentators quite like to use that as a lever, why it's not kind of acceptable, which is just complete rubbish, if we're honest. So, you know, historically, the products would have been probably slightly dearer on the financing side. Good news on the deposit side, but that gap has closed significantly. And it's closed because there's more competition. So, you know, you guys used to compete with us in this market, which is great, and therefore we had to compete on deposit rates to get what we wanted. And that affected the margin on the other products. So the more we competed, certainly on the financing side, the more we became closer. So at the end of the day, though, we have to accept that we are a different type of bank to, you know, NatWest or someone at Lloyds Banking Group. You know, what we don't have is the benefit of, well, we're glad we have them in some ways, free banking products. So we don't have balances sat on our accounts where we pay no rate. Big banks do, don't they, in the current accounts? Therefore, that's, you know, I see that, I would say this, that's unfair competition, because you should be paying a rate on those balances, you know, as a current account customer, you know, wherever, I should get more. So it is another playing field. So we do give the best possible rate we can offer in the circumstances we operate in. But as I say, the gap has narrowed a lot. And I think now, you know, we can offer an increasingly popular product for that reason. I think the other side to it as well is, you know, there are often a more costs involved in providing certain products, and we have to explain that to people. So, for example, if you're a customer in Singapore and you want to buy a property in London for an investment, we're your people, right? But often it can be enhanced due diligence, it can be more conversations involved, so that does, you know, it's a bit more cost. But I think providing we explain it properly, which we do, I don't see a problem. The other thing as well, just quickly harping back to it's not fair type of thing, which I quite like to do quite a lot, is basically, you know, if you think about when rates in the UK were relatively high, well, higher than they are now, then normal conventional banks in the UK could place all their excess liquidity with the Bank of England, and they go get 4 or 5% on that. The Bank of England is not Sharia compliant. So we cannot place significant excess deposits with the Bank of England and earn a rate. We've got to look elsewhere to place it in a Sharia compliant fashion. There's a tiny facility the Bank of England offer, which is Sharia compliant, but believe me, it's quite small, and we have to share it with you guys and everybody else. So, you know, it is an unfair playing field, but bottom line is, it's closer than it ever was. The proof is in the fact that people are still keen to buy them. So people increasingly don't see that as an issue. And it's our job to make sure it's as keenly priced as possible, which is what we do.
Yeah, thank you so much. Regarding misconception about Islamic banking in South Africa?
I think it exists everywhere. Just the one issue I want to raise is we've got a similar problem in the sense that excess liquidity, you don't have enough avenues to invest in. So you can grow the bank, double the size, but you don't have the avenue to put the excess liquidity in, and that's a major stumbling block. As far as your question on misconception and customers' requirements, in the earlier years, when we were the sole institution in the country, it was basically take it or leave it. With the other institutions coming in, the competition has got much stronger. At the moment, I don't think people can use the price as an excuse, because if you don't offer it at a certain price, they'll go to another institution that can do that. However, my view is that if you had to price Islamic banking products on a market-related basis, with all the risks and the musharaka transactions and the problems with some of the Sharia transactions when it defaults, the fact is your rate should be much higher than a conventional. It's just a risk-return basis. However, I think customers do demand that kind of service. As far as the misconception goes, that's going to exist, as I indicated earlier, and we're not doing enough training. I'll be the first one to admit that. I think people need to be educated on Islamic banking products, how it works, the differences, etc. And even among the scholars, the religious scholars, there's a certain percentage of people in the country that don't accept it at all. And they'll use the time on the Friday prayer to talk against it. So I don't think we, in that market, we will go across and try to service the people that actually buy into it, and we're playing a role as far as that is concerned. So yes, you are going to get your people that are negative on it, but our experience is, I think there's more positives than negatives, and there's significant amount of growth that's still available in Islamic banking.
Thank you so much. Dr. Tawila?
I once met the Sharia scholar from Malaysia. I asked him about the misconception about Sharia, and an example he gave me is that it's like riding a hybrid car. It could take you from A to B. You don't have to question how the engine functions. Underneath it, a Sharia compliance. I think that's the way to deal with it. But for me, we have a range of the people that we have to deal with. Maybe the first group that they very strict about the religious requirement. So we engage with them to our Sharia board, Sharia team, to explain to them. So get their understanding. That's a trust issue. The second, maybe the one that care for trust and convenience. As long as you can prove to them, pretty much like the hybrid car that I mentioned to you, they are fine. They could come to you as that. I think the other group is as long as you provide them some convenience, meet their requirement, I think they're happy with it. So we try to build something to convince them that, look, use this bank is different from other conventional banks in the sense that we care more for social. We provide some sort of return back to the community. We work closely with certain community, or zakat or whatsoever, to convince them, look, we are different from other conventional in the sense that we care more for social. I think that's the core of the Islamic concept that we try to build. And luckily, I think in Thailand, we have a growing population of the young population. I think they care more for the faith in their religious, but they care more in terms of impact that would create to the social as well. So I think that's the trend that we're working on it. But misconception, it always be around. It's just our strategy, how to deal with it.
The good news in the UK is that £9 billion worth of customers don't think it's a misconception, which is great.
That's a great
difference. And they must all drive a hybrid, I assume, but there we go.
Thank you, thank you. So we have less than 10 minutes, so I will open the questions to the floor, and then I have last question. But do we have any question from the audience? Yeah, over there, please. Do we have the mic? Can you please put your hand up? Just yeah.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. مصطفى الناعبي من سلطنة عمان. First of all, I'd like to thank AlBaraka for organizing such event. I do have just two questions. First of all, I think since morning, if I just sum up what I have learned, there is a lot of points, but the major thing has been emphasized by different speakers. It's the lack of awareness in Islamic banking. Do you agree this is like a global phenomena which need to address and need even, not in the in both Muslim and non-Muslim countries? Second, how do you evaluate the fintech adoption in Islamic financial institutions? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Anyone would like to answer the misconception part regarding?
Well, I think, like I say, I totally agree with you. I think there needs to be a lot more work done on the education, particularly I think the younger generations coming through, whichever country it is. It's really important that people understand more about the concept of Sharia finance, but also about, the whole stance of ethical finance, whether it's Sharia or not. Ethical finance is a thing itself. It's really, really important. So, our stance on ESG and everybody else is should not be. There's a bit of a trend, I think, in the world at the moment of kind of downplaying some of the kind of ESG factors. I don't think that's right. We have a responsibility as an ethical finance house to make sure that's promoted as much as possible. So, yeah, I agree with the point. We just need to keep pressing the market. I mean, I would say in the UK government is increasingly in tune with promoting Sharia finance, Islamic finance, and that's good. You heard Lord Johnson this morning, who historically has been an advocate. Unfortunately, politicians move on quite quickly, so we have to keep, nobbling the next one to make sure that they promote the same story. But generally speaking, they're attuned with it.
And regarding the fintech, anyone would like to talk about the fintech?
In my view, running bank, I think scale, size is a matter. But this day, the way I look at it, I've seen the beauty of being small. Because this day you can perhaps get access to technology capability. I think this day you can use cloud, you can work with a lot of service provider. I think working with fintech is a server-wide game. You couldn't avoid it. And there are a lot of players in the market. Some of them even claim themselves Sharia compliant. So I think that's a good opportunity, I think, for the bank, for particularly like our size, to select and work with those vendors. I think they are everywhere. But you have to come with the right investment, because IT cost is very costly. Even though you have a cloud system, but the supporting system, fraud whatsoever, is a big amount. So you have to have your own strategy in terms of, have the proper budgeting and make sure that for each investment, you have a good return from that.
Thank you. Thank you. I believe regarding the misconception, that's one of the challenges, I believe all Islamic banks face in general. Some Muslim customers, they believe Islamic banks should not make money in general. However, they should understand nothing wrong to make money. The most important, how you are generating this money. Similar to someone like selling halal chicken. So he would like to make money from the halal chicken. However, he wants to make it in halal way or Sharia compliant way. And I believe the misconception exists everywhere, in majority from customers, from regulators, from many parties when it comes to stakeholders of Islamic banks in general. Any more questions? Yes, please. Or sister here, yes. Do we have the mic?
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. لينا الأغبري PhD in Islamic Banking and Finance. Just from morning, as he said that all the speakers, we need international authority to give a proof for any institutions and banking to establish before we go to center bank for any country. That I think is going to be help, to help the center bank, as the sister she said from Philippines, center bank cannot provide Sharia compliance. We need this to give before they go to the center bank. They have to get a license from this institution, from this international authority. I think this is we need a hub, because this is help. All this is if I need to open a bank, I go to them. They can support me. They help me. That before I go to ask the central bank to approve my bank or not.
Thank you. Thank you.
And then the other things, why until now our Islamic standards not compulsory? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the questions.
I think, there are other ways. It's very hard to, as you say, to establish a bank from scratch. I mean, it's really, really difficult. There are other ways of doing it. You could partner with an existing bank, perhaps, if you've got a unique proposition. So utilizing somebody else's banking license or regulatory status, that's another way of getting into the marketplace. We've seen, we have partnerships in our bank, other banks have the same, where, for example, our shareholders are Kuwaiti. Our biggest shareholder is the Sovereign Wealth Fund of Kuwait, the KIA. And we have banks in Kuwait who partner with us because they want their customers to benefit from some of the UK services, but they don't want to try and establish a bank in the UK. So there are other ways of doing it. I'm not quite sure if that answers your question, but partnering with another bank is another way of getting action in another country.
Thank you, Charles. Yeah.
So I just want to raise one question on you earlier on the fintech. You're finding that one of the major characteristics of people coming to banks is trust. The fintechs are involved. Our regulatory authorities are becoming very hard on the fact that banks are being used to rent a banking license. And they're actually monitoring that very carefully. If you're going into partnerships with fintechs, what is the value proposition? Why do they want to do it? Where does the responsibility come in? Who's in charge of the money laundering kind of aspects? And I think fintechs do have a space, but it has to take into account the regulatory authorities' kind of aspects in that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Regarding your question regarding the standards, I believe at international level we do have AOFI, Sharia standards, which in some countries mandatory, like for example Bahrain, United Arab Emirates, Oman. So in this, like at centralized level, like each central bank make it mandatory for Islamic banks in their country to implement the AOFI standards. However, the challenge when it comes to other countries, like for example UK or especially non-Muslim countries, the whole conventional system, like the whole system prepared for conventional banking, sometimes force Islamic bank to be with AOFI standards or general standards might make it so complicated for Islamic banks in general. But we do have AOFI, we do have at central level, many Islamic banks, they do have centralized Sharia Supervisory Committee. In the UK or other countries, I believe they don't have centralized Sharia Supervisory Committee. I will have last questions, and then unfortunately we don't have
in the front here.
Yeah, of course. Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah. Can we have the mic? Yeah.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for organizing this, because today you're speaking about the subject of education, and I'm an educator today, this morning, and interested in Islamic banking because I'm Muslim from birth and I haven't been able to bank or do anything with Islamic banks. But just to let you know and to say thank you, this has been today an educational trip. So instead of sitting in our educational space to learn about Sharia law, this is where we're coming today to try and, so thank you very much for that. My question, which was already asked by two in the audience, so I'm going to leave those, but one basic question, or two basic questions I have. When we're doing, there are deterrents in coming to Islamic banking. One of them is the requirements to join it. I've hit hurdle a few years ago, so I stopped in the UK and I went to NatWest, for example. So how are we going to make Islamic banking so accessible and so visible as well? Because I've never sat down on a TV and looked at an advert where they're advertising about an Islamic bank. So how, and I think that's the starting point, and that's also linked to educating the community. So how are you going to support us on that? The second one, which is really going back to basics, when you're doing Islamic banking, how are you overcoming the issues around investment banking? Because a lot of people wanted to work or invest in that side, but then again, we misunderstand or we don't understand how we're going to mitigate the issues around interest, earning or large earnings and large bonuses. So is it possible to explain this today? Because I think it's one of the other deterrents in London. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Regarding the education, anyone would like to talk about education? How? Sorry? The questions, sorry. Yeah. So, yeah.
I think if you got the second one first. So the investment banking and investment products to be available, that's a tricky one. I mean, it really is tricky. I agree with you. And that's why there's not many available right now. I know you guys are doing some work in this area, aren't they? We don't, but we want to at some point. I think the key point is to partner with the right people. You know, it's understanding and accepting your limitations as an institution. So you know, we have no skills ourselves of investing other people's money on their behalf. It's not what we do. But there are people out increasingly out there who can provide a fintech type solution, which is Sharia compliant. But we just need to make sure before we deploy that ourselves or partner that it's got a track record, it can demonstrate its own track record. Otherwise, it's just very, very dangerous. I mean, one of the areas, obviously, in deposit accounts, which is not pure investment in a way, it's more straightforward. That's a good example, really, of where the UK government has actually put behind it the guarantees behind those deposits. Now, we need to talk more into the investment community to see what they can do. But there are, in the UK, there are Baillie Gifford and other big institutions that offer some form of Sharia-compliant investments, but they're very small, they're very hardly known. But you're right, we need to get that out to the market more. We've started with the more straightforward products, if I'm honest, that actually the mass market really wants, which is home finance and deposits. So we've started there, but we just need to keep that rolling.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Thawila.
I'd like to address that question from the Thai context. I couldn't speak for the global context. But I think building the ecosystem is a key for Islamic bank to coexist with conventional. In the case of Thailand, I think we couldn't avoid, we are the key or cornerstones of that ecosystem. When we build using bank as a cornerstone, we work with the Kaful provider, we work mutual fund provider, Islamic cooperative, entrepreneur. I think that's the way for the Islamic banking to coexist and going forward. At least I could share from my own view in the local context.
Thank you, Dr. Thawila. Mr. Shubayr, would you like to add anything regarding?
I think it's in an embryonic phase at this point in time. The whole process has to take time. It's initially getting the framework in, the foundation, and that's going to be the next step. We don't have too much of experience on that area, but I do believe that's the next frontier to get into the investment banking side.
Thank you so much. So unfortunately, we don't have enough time. But just in a brief, early of my session, I mentioned about 500 years between conventional and Islamic. So I believe it's not about age, it's about purpose. And this type of discussion will bridge the gap between Islamic and conventional banks. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to our moderator and our esteemed panelists for that insightful discussion, for sharing such practical and important perspectives on Islamic banking in today's global markets, hearing about how they balance big ambitions with realities of operations really gives us a more clearer picture of what's possible and what it takes to actually get there. So that concludes the second session of the panel discussions of the fourth AlBaraka Forum. We will now continue with our panel discussions, of course. The third one is titled Islamic Investment Solutions Within the Global Economic System Toward Greater Availability and Asset Diversity. Pretty self-explanatory. As my moderator and panelists mic up, I want to give you just some little information of what to expect during this panel discussion. So this session, as I mentioned, is focused on Islamic investment solutions within the global ecosystem. Our panelists will explore how Islamic finance can expand its reach, offer more diverse investment opportunities, and integrate more fully into the global economic system. From innovative products to new markets, this discussion that we're about to listen to in the next couple of minutes, it will highlight practical strategies for increasing access, improving asset diversity, and meeting the growing demand for Sharia-compliant investments worldwide. These are some of the questions that we're hopefully going to hear the answers to more further during this panel discussions that were forwarded to our panelists in the previous discussion. And I see my team is continuing to mic up my moderator and panelists for the third panel discussion session of the fourth AlBaraka Forum. We have a great lineup for you guys for this panel discussion. It's going to be a very interesting discussion moving forward. More of the questions being raised at the fourth AlBaraka Forum in globalizing Islamic economy will hopefully be answered through the expert thoughts of our panelists today. Okay, our team is working very hard in getting our moderator and panelists mic'd up here, but I do believe that some of our panelists have already been mic'd up. I see my moderator is almost ready to go. We have an exceptional panel lined up for you guys, ladies and gentlemen, today. So I would like to start by introducing our moderator of the panel titled Islamic Investment Solutions Within the Global Economic System Toward Greater Availability and Asset Diversity. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Professor Sarah Tobin, who's with us here today with the Christian Michelsen Institute in Bergen, Norway. Professor. I can have you right here. Joining Professor Tobin are the Chief Operating Officer of the Europe Arab Bank, Mr. Mohammed Shoaib Mamoun. Welcome. The General Partner and Islamic Finance Leader of the Deloitte Network and the Audit and Assurance Business Leader for Deloitte Bahrain, Mr. Irshad Mahmoud. Welcome. The Chief Executive Officer of Elite Capital and Management Services, Mr. Anwar Adham. Welcome, Mr. Adham. And Ms. Nasreen Hajjaj, the Account Manager for a Swiss private bank. Welcome. Over to you, Professor.
Great. Thank you very much. Welcome back, everyone, after the lunch. I hope that you have all also enjoyed a big cup of coffee to make it through the next afternoon stretch. But I don't think it will be difficult because we have an amazing group of panelists here today, all discussing their work as it relates to the session, Islamic Investment Solutions Within the Global Economic System Towards Greater Availability and Asset Diversity. My name is Sarah Tobin. I'm a professor at the Christian Michelsen Institute, and I'm so honored to join all of you today, these illustrious guests, to discuss their important work. So first off, we have Mohammed, who is the Chief Operating Officer at the Europe Arab Bank. And his topic is Islamic finance in the West, building tangible value in a growing market. So, Mohammed, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Sarah. Is it okay if I?
Of course.
Nice, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you, AlBaraka. Apologies, I don't have any slides, but I think I came here with a question, and I've probably received good responses to that already, but I want to share that question and the vision here today as well. And any feedback you may have, certainly welcome that. Just briefly, the institution I work for, it's part of Arab Bank Group, one of the oldest Middle Eastern banking institutions. We've been present here in the UK for more than 50 years now. We are a conventional bank, which has just recently launched an Islamic window operation here, but predominantly focused on MENA clients. So these are non-UK resident people. So the question which came up is, shouldn't we be doing more in this space for the UK residents, and more so also in Europe as well, as we already have an office in Paris, which covers the entire EU. Before I go into the details, I think there are two cases which I personally dealt with, and which really touch on this point as well, and I may just want to share them with you briefly. One was about a family who moved from Gaza, and this was before the recent escalation of events, and claimed asylum over here. 2 children, both in their teenagers. One took a student loan, went to university, was able to complete the degree, and is in a professional job right now. Whereas the other one had reservations about the financing which was available to him, didn't go to university, and to be honest, is still struggling financially today. The second one, a dear friend of mine, who again was a young accountant who started his business as an accountancy firm, more as an entrepreneur, and didn't really believe in the products available to him in terms of investments and insurance as well. And he died at a very early age and left his family in a very poor financial situation. So these 2 real scenarios really made us think, and are still making me think as well, then shouldn't we be doing more for our domestic market over here and also in Europe as well? Now let me just pick up on what I call the Western paradox. The total combined population of UAE, Oman, Qatar, and Bahrain is approximately 20 million people. And guess what? We have 20 million Muslims in just 4 countries in Europe, that is UK, France, Germany, and Italy. This is not a scattered diaspora anymore. This is a 2nd and 3rd generation communities with wealth, education, and increasingly inherited capital from their parents. And we've also undertaken some research on this topic. And what is true is that the alignment of this younger generation to faith-based values is a lot more than their predecessors. Yet, the Islamic banking share at these markets is less than 1%. So the question here is, what really needs to happen which can change the dynamics in this particular market? Now, again, I worked for the bank for 20 years, and what we are seeing right now is a massive transformation in the industry. The role of the banks is changing swiftly, and there are a lot of other players in the market which are again challenging us as well, and we touched on this earlier in terms of fintechs and so on. There used to be a 3-6-3 rule in banking in UK at one point in time, which was borrow at 3, lend at 6, play golf at 3 o'clock. That's not the case anymore. Banking is 24/7, 365. Payments have been disrupted by the likes of Wise, Revolut, lending. We have peer-to-peer lending platforms. Savings, they've been destroyed by decades of low interest rates. And then we also have new fintech players. But banks still have their value. And again, I think this was a point mentioned earlier. They command importance because of trust. And that is also because of the regulatory burden they have to deal with. Second, they continue to provide services which are indispensable. Nobody likes to carry cash around anymore. It's the cards which are used everywhere. Banks are custodians of wealth. And the third thing, which also is important, is operational resilience. Banks invest massively in making sure you have services available without any interruption. And this is where I think, to cater for the market, to cater for the demand, there is an opportunity here, which an Islamic finance institution should look at. So what should be the right bank of the future? It has to be digitally native, but very close to the community. We don't need physical branches anymore. We heard that earlier as well. We can do most of it through digital presence. The second one is radical transparency on asset backing. And I'll touch on that a bit later as well in terms of what can be done in that space. The third one, again, we touched on this. It should serve Muslims and also ethical investors. There's a huge market potential there. And the fourth one is focus on real economy. We're talking about SMEs, we're talking about infrastructure, we're talking about renewable energy, and also social housing. Housing in the UK in particular, there's a huge demand for that. So, going back to the point about radical transparency, Just imagine you log onto your mobile banking app and you can see your money story. The 100,000 or the 50,000 or the 10,000 you put in your bank, where are they being used? They're being used to finance real houses for real people. They're being used to finance renewable energy projects in Europe or in the Middle East or anywhere in the world. They're financing your local Muslim economies. They're financing the infrastructure. And all of that is possible because of the power of technology and data. And it's a convergence of that that can provide you that transparency, which perhaps does raise some questions about the Sharia-compliant institutions. I'll also touch on the other elephant in the room, AI. And one of the challenges the digitalization has done is it's stripped away the personal, empathetic relationship which used to exist with your bankers. It's become more of a commodity. But guess what? With the advantage of AI, you can make it more personalized. And again, touching on this, you can have automated spending categorizations available on your app. They can tell you where your money is going, whether it's halal or not halal. It can also work on real-time zakat calculations. It can also drive values-based investment strategies. And that is actually an area which we've been working on already within our Islamic window and the conventional bank with a fintech player. And these are very powerful products which are available now. You would have heard about the exceptional growth in the tech industry in the last couple of years, the valuations, etc. And I think our role as the banks is to facilitate those avenues for our clients, for our communities in this part of the world. And the other question I guess we should also think about is, why is now the moment? First, and again this was touched on in the morning earlier, there is a significant wealth generational transfer happening. The communities which were initially formed in the UK and Europe in the 60s, 70s, they're passing on their wealth to the next generations. They are a lot more tech savvy, they are a lot more digitally educated, and they're a lot more values driven as well. The second one is the digital playbook is proven. If Monzo and Revolut can do it, so can any other player. The third one, as I mentioned earlier, ESG investing is mainstream. It's not $1 million industry, it's $1 trillion industry. And again, it can be easily tapped into. And the last one, the infrastructure needs are going to be enormous in UK and Europe. We can see some of the infrastructure is creaking in this part of the world and needs a lot more investment. So all of these enabling conditions are in place. We in the West do stand at a crossroad. It's time to claim our foundation, which is tangibility, transparency, and real economy connection. The technology does exist, the regulations allow it, and the market is waiting. The needs are massive, and I think it's about time we put our hands together to bring something to support our communities in the UK and Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mohammed. A great way to kick off the panel. You touched on a lot of really important issues, and I look forward to coming back to them in the Q&A. Next up, we have Mr. Irshad Mahmoud, who is the General Partner and Islamic Finance Leader for the Deloitte Network and the Audit and Assurance Business Leader for Deloitte in Bahrain. So thank you. His topic today is legal harmonization and cross-border structuring of Islamic investment vehicles.
Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon, everyone. Generally, the session after lunch is the very good session, and if you get the second session after lunch, it's much better. So if you can please run my... Okay. Thank you. My presentation today focuses on how harmonization, regulatory reform, and modern structuring are transforming Islamic investment vehicles. I'll highlight where the opportunities are, how fragmentation affects us, and what the next 5 years will look like for the cross-border Islamic finance. Before diving into the findings, let me briefly share the vantage point from which I approach these issues. Now, today's insight that we build on based on the recent findings arising from the major shifts in the investment behaviors and ESG-aligned Islamic products and the structural innovations emerging globally. These are the things that we are seeing here. And I wanted to mention, before we move on, that the topic that they have assigned to me is relevant for many stakeholders, such as the lawyers, the tax advisors, the accountants, the government, the regulators. Everybody is interested to see what's happening and how things are moving. And let's set the global context before diving into challenges. As we can see on this slide, that Islamic finance has passed $4 trillion and operates across 75 plus jurisdictions. ESG and ethical finance are driving demand. The UK, Saudi, Malaysia, Bahrain, and Indonesia are becoming global hubs. And that brings us to the core of a structural challenge. And now we have set the tone. We know what's happening globally. It has been discussed since morning multiple times, so I will not spend time on this thing. Let's move on to see what are the key challenges in cross-border structuring. This is something very, very important, and that's something that we are facing on a daily basis. Whoever is directly or indirectly involved in the Islamic finance, somehow or the other faces these challenges. The cross-border structuring faces several challenges, as you can see on the slide. For example, differing legal systems, inconsistent Sharia interpretations, regulatory overlap, limited multi-jurisdictional sukuk frameworks, and increasing complexity in documentation and approvals. These issues slow growth and increase cost for issuers and investors. I'll come to that, how it increases in slides, but these challenges are magnified by legal and regulatory fragmentations. Now, if you can see on the slide, the fragmentation increases the transaction cost by up to 30%. This is something that's a very known number, and in many cases we have seen it goes above even 50%. Bahrain and Malaysia prove that harmonized Sharia framework are possible. 48 jurisdictions have adopted accounting framework which are IOFI or IFSB based. The UK FCA supports Sharia listing under UCITS, and regional arbitration frameworks like DIFC and BCDR are strengthening enforceability, a key requirement for cross-border confidence. And with this foundation, we can examine the opportunities. So we have the key challenges, but at the same time, there are opportunities also. Let's look at the opportunities that we have in this area. On the opportunity side, AOFI standards, FinHub 973, tokenized sukuks, and fund ecosystem in Lebanon and Luxembourg provides real pathways to cross-border harmonization. Hybrid structures like Musharaka and Wakala allow more flexibility while staying compliant. These innovations will enable scalable Islamic vehicles. A key part of scalability is liquidity. So let's move on to see where we are on the liquidity side when it comes to harmonization. Liquidity continues to improve, and we can see that Islamic finance are getting a lot of liquidity. The challenge, one of the challenges that we face in the real life, which I'm not going into the detail, but I was having a discussion with one of our colleagues here in the lunch break, that On the liability side, it's very easy. You can get as much deposit as you want. The problem comes on the asset side. There are not many opportunities available where to invest. Sharia-compliant opportunities are very limited. You end up with sukuk or ijara or very plain vanilla products. You can't compete with your conventional players because you don't have many opportunities available. And that's the reason one of the, most of the regulators, they are concerned about the Islamic banks' outlook for the next 5 to 10 years, especially when the interest rates are going down. Now, global sukuk outstanding is around US $850 billion. Indonesia retail sukuk demonstrates successful public participation. So whenever there is an issuance of sukuk, we know that it goes 5 times, 3 times oversubscribed because of lack of opportunities on the asset side. When there are no opportunities, everybody run after the sukuk, and it goes 4 times, 5 times. And even in the UK, if I remember correctly, the sukuk that they issued was 5 times oversubscribed. The tokenized sukuk pilots are increasing, and Islamic exchange-traded funds are emerging. Sovereign ESG sukuk are creating benchmarks that attract global capital. Let's look at how different regions contribute. Regionally, the UK has a strong fintech and Islamic mortgage market. Qatar leads in sustainability sukuk. Malaysia drives ESG and digital sukuk. Bahrain's sandbox support fintech growth. Luxembourg is deepening cross-listing. Indonesia is expanding digital waqf and microfinance. Each market contributes differently to the global ecosystem. But what we need to see here is, so what does the next 5 years look like? What's going to happen in the next 5 years? By 2030, this is based on the research and the studies conducted by the credible agencies. By 2030, Islamic AUMs is projected to exceed US $6 trillion. Sukuk will grow at 12% annually. Hybrid ESG Sharia funds will expand. AI-powered Sharia audit tools will become mainstream. The next phase will be shaped by digitalization, as my other colleague mentioned, regulatory convergence, and sustainability. So before I close this thing, let me recap what are the key takeaways from here. The future is cross-border. There is no doubt. We have to accept it, that the future is cross-border, digital, sustainable, and grounded in strong Sharia governance. So what is required? Harmonization and technology are the 2 biggest enablers for scalable Islamic investment products. With this, I conclude my presentation. Thank you, everyone, for listening, and we're happy to take the questions that might come while the question and answer session. Thank you.
Thank you, Irshad. Next up, we have Mr. Anwar Adham, who is the CEO of Elite Capital and Management Services. And his topic today is Scaling Sharia-Compliant Property Co-Ownership, Bridging Ethical Investment Through Islamic Finance.
Assalamu alaikum. I think everybody's asleep. Okay, bismillah. So for every great company, you need to have a great problem. And the problems that we're going to talk about today, if I manage to push the right button, yeah, that will make sense, is the housing, the housing problem. So I know that today we have people from all around the world, and basically what we can see from, UK to the US to Asia is that it's less and less affordable to actually buy a home. And there is several reasons for that, but one of the main reasons is that since 2008, our friend, the banker, almost bankrupted the world, but then decided to actually buy back the property, from the retail banks, cents on the dollar. And that became instead of becoming a home just for people, it actually became a financial instrument for banks and large funds to invest in. So when you look at who are the players today in the UK market, and I guess you can look at it around the globe, you will see like the big insurance companies like Aviva, L&G, and Lloyds. So people are going to tell me, okay, Lloyds, it makes sense, it's a bank. But it's not Lloyds as a bank, it's Lloyds as a landlord. So they actually owns the property. And the change has been like completely crazy. I mean, we went from less than 5% to 54% within a few years. And the effect of this big, investment, and again, here you have the usual suspects, the black guy, Blackstone, one of my favorites. But you also have John Lewis. So John Lewis is a retailer, and actually now is becoming a landlord. Asda, same, it's a retailer. They are becoming a landlord. And all of those are attracted by, less risk, stable return, and it kind of makes sense. But what you have, is that the stock is not following up. So people are being pushed away, from actually owning a home. And that is really a big issue, because if you don't own your home, you have less stability, and as you, I'm sure any one of you, everybody from your youth are pitching, you need to buy a house, you need to buy a house, you need to buy a house. And now this is basically declining. Home ownership is declining in the UK, but again, all around the world, it is declining as well, because more people are fighting for a small stock of properties. And again, when you look at the ownership, you can see that by generation by generation, the younger you are, the lower the ownership compared to the generation before you and the generation before you, and so on and so forth. Now, that's the problem. We came with a solution, because it's always good to identify the problem, but you need to come with something that actually can help. And here, it's quite important to note that so far, I didn't talk about Sharia. It's really a big problem. So it's irrelevant if you're Muslim, non-Muslim, Sharia-compliant financial institution or not. And what we have built is a model which is part own, part rent. So home buyers can come to our platform with a minimum of 10% deposit, and investors are actually co-owning the property with the home buyer. And obviously, the benefits are there, because the investors, they are not buying the property to actually live inside. They don't care about the property. What they want is the rentals, whereby a home buyer, what he wants is actually live in the property. So there is no reason why they should fight for the same stock. It will make more sense to actually creating this partnership. So as you can see, our home buyers coming to our platform, Crowd to Live, they don't get any debt on their balance sheet. And again, this is a big critique that I found personally, is that most of Islamic solutions are debt-based, are still debt-based. And I think we're asking ourselves the wrong questions when the starting point is debt. As its core, Sharia compliance should be equity-based. So our product is 100% equity. There is no debt involved. There is no capital repayment, so there is no liability on the home buyer. But the home buyer can buy back and acquire 100% of the property. From an investor point of view, they still have access to brick-and-mortar investment. They still have the rentals, hand-free investments, so there is no operational oversight or burden on their side, and they have more security. So by providing this solution, again, instead of having two parties and one more powerful than the other, financial institution can muster more power than an individual and outbid almost any individual bidding on a property. The idea here is to actually merge institutional funding with home financing. If you like the idea, and you want to discuss with me, or if you hate the idea but still want to discuss with me, I will be here after the panel, and I will be happy to take any question. Thank you.
Thank you, Anwar. As Irshad mentioned, the future is cross-border, but I think we can add to that it's innovative, that there are some new products and new ways of thinking about these things that can help both nationally and across borders as well. So we've got many points to discuss. I'm looking forward. Nesreen is next. She is an account manager for a Swiss private bank, and her topic today is advancing Islamic banking and finance in Switzerland, assessing infrastructure, market demand, and service provision. So Nesreen, the floor is yours. You have 10 minutes.
You're supposed to press here. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Thank you for having me today. It's an honor, and I hope you're enjoying the event so far. So thank you for the introduction, Sarah. Today, I have the pleasure of presenting you my country, Switzerland. I've been working in the private banking industry for 12 years, and I recently completed an executive MBA in Islamic finance. And as part of this program, I undertook research on Switzerland to better understand the complexities and the possibilities as well of the implementation of Islamic finance. And today I'll be presenting you some of my findings and also give you a holistic overview of the Swiss market and the opportunities that lie ahead. So as you may know, Switzerland is an international financial market renowned for its expertise in wealth management. I'm sorry, I'm a bit stressed. So this historical heritage has positioned our small country at the forefront of the global stage, attracting clients from all over the world, including many from the Middle East and Asia. And the country has shown its capacity to adapt and started introducing Islamic finance to serve the needs of these high net worth clients. They started introducing Islamic finance in the early 2000s. And we have had our success stories. One of the most established banks in Switzerland, a Swiss private bank, l'Ardier, is very appreciated in the Middle East and has consistently won an award for the Sharia compliant wealth management offering. So now, today, the market is still very much centered on these high net worth clients, and the downside is that the local retail clients are still largely left out. Retail offerings remain unaddressed, and it is important to know that the full potential of the Swiss market has yet to be fully assessed, and we'll have a closer look at its key feature later on to better understand the complexities that we are facing. When we look at the development of the industry, one of the starting points will be to make sure that knowledge and understanding are spread widely. So the first step to do so is to build local digital platforms for information and exchange. And we can have spaces where ideas, insight, and success stories can be shared. And this aims to educate, to inspire, and also to build confidence in the potential of the market. Secondly, we need more events around Islamic finance. We need events that will bring people together, that will bring people together and also highlight the needs and the expectations of the community. And that's how we can build collaboration and trust, and ultimately strong foundation for the market to grow. And last but not least, we need more than anything trained and committed professionals, people that will be able to understand both Islamic finance and the Swiss context. Now, with regard to the legal framework, the Sharia civil law is compatible with the Swiss civil law. So the Swiss system allows room for specific features and forms, which means that Islamic contract can easily fit within the current framework. And the only issue is when we think about taxation, certain reform will be required to ensure a level playing field with conventional peers. And one of the difficulties of the country is the absence of a unified legal framework. So the country is composed of 26 cantons. It's like states, same-den states. And each, we have 3 levels of legislation, and the canton level is the most influent one. And each canton operates under its own set of rules. So it means that if a reform is successfully performed in one canton, the work has to be replicated in every canton we intend to operate. And given we have a good side of that, so given the moderate tax regime that we have, this issue is unlikely to hinder the growth of the industry at its initial phase. Now, to advance the sector's development from multiple angles, we need to involve the state. And currently, there is no discussion at the state level regarding Islamic finance. But we do have a state-mandated research institute that is dedicated to fostering dialogue around the integration of the Muslim population. So this resource can be leveraged to build bridges with, between stakeholders and also be used as the strategic way to bring conversation around Islamic finance at a higher level. And the last point will be the banks. So the ultimate step will be to enter the bank industry and be able to serve a full set of services to the clients and also reach the mass market. And ultimately, inevitably, once this step is done, it will influence directly the legal framework and generate more market demands. So now let's dive into the specifics of the Swiss market. So we are a small country, about 9 million people. The Muslim population represents approximately 6% of the total population. So it's around 520,000 people. So if we decide to focus exclusively on Muslims as being the potential clients for Sharia-compliant products, we might restrict ourselves to relatively small markets. And in addition to that limitation, there is another layer of complexity to consider. As you can see on this map, Switzerland is divided into 3 main regions, and has 4 national languages, which is quite a lot for a small country. And each region has its very own mindset and culture. So if you want to truly understand the needs of each region and also adapt the offering and any communication strategies, there is a considerable amount of work required. So the market is small and fragmented. That's one of the reasons the industry has been struggling to grow. And on top of that, we have the Muslim community in Switzerland is very diverse. We have people coming from the Balkan region, ex-Yugoslavia, the Middle East, Turkey, East and North Africa, and many more. And this diversity brings with it differences in the religious tradition, in the cultural background, and in the practices. So diversity is a blessing, but when it comes to the development of solutions, it can be difficult to manage. So considering all the points that I've mentioned, to approach the industry, we need to start on 2 different levels. One, we need a national cohesion through the digital platforms and outreach events. And the goal is to have one centralized point of reference. And second is launching regional initiatives to answer the needs of the local population. And of course, one way to overcome all these complexities will be to develop inclusive solutions that will be able to directly compete with the conventional offerings. But in reality, this can be very challenging because given the environment we live in, especially in Switzerland where debt is cheap and benefit from tax efficiencies, it can be difficult to compete with the conventional world. And that's why we need to find innovative solutions. And that brings us to directly one of the most interesting parts to leverage in Switzerland, which is the Swiss technology. So Switzerland is by nature a niche market. It succeeds through specialization. And the country holds global leadership in wealth management, but also stands for its remarkable strength in technology and innovation. Switzerland has been ranked #1 of the Global Innovation Index for 14 consecutive years. So that's impressive. And this is also a clear reflection of the innovation-driven mindset that we have in the country. And this culture of innovation also extends to the financial sector. In 2019, the government has introduced a dedicated fintech license, making it easier for startups to enter the market within a clear, supportive, and flexible framework. And on the deep tech aspect, we also have the DLT Act that was introduced in 2021. Again, it's a very clear framework that supports the new technologies that are securitization and tokenization, and blockchain. And these initiatives demonstrate the commitment of the country to push its market in that direction by providing clear and well-defined guidelines. And one of the last points is I would like to take an example to illustrate how the Swiss technology can support Islamic finance. So we have the Swiss fintech, Leontech, that provides investment solutions in structured products. And they do that through advanced technology that they built from scratch, and they have decided to expand to the Middle East. And since they have expanded into the Middle East, they started offering Sharia-compliant trust certificates and have partnered with Emirate Islamic Bank for the distribution of the product. So that's a good example how Islamic finance can benefit from Swiss technology. So to conclude, Islamic finance in Switzerland is still nascent, and the market is somewhat scattered. So in that context, starting wide and big with something that is still unfamiliar is not the best strategy. We have still so much to do in the country, so we need to approach this with a step-by-step strategy. We need to start small, test, and then grow gradually. And fintech can be a great deal with that. We need to leverage the technology the environment that is very friendly to the technology. And on the international market side, I'm almost done. Most important, that on the international market, Switzerland can certainly extend its expertise to the field of Islamic finance. And with our skills, with our strong tech ecosystem, Switzerland is well positioned to contribute to the development of Islamic finance in the digital era. And thank you very much for your attention. If you have any question, please do not hesitate to reach out.
Thank you, Nasreen.
Thank you.
Each of these four speakers commented in very interesting and innovative ways about a tension between sort of fragmentation and dispersal and opportunities and ways to sort of bring them together in different forms. And I love this topic. I myself research on a similar lines, and so I think this conversation will be very engaging, very interesting. I'll just do one question each, but if people want to jump in, we can adapt the discussion as we go. So first, I want to check in with Mohammed. I really loved your presentation, and I think that you did a really amazing job as sort of pointing to digitalization and digital futures through AI, potentially as a kind of way forward that does this joining effort in the midst of fragmentation. But we also know that national contexts differ dramatically. So you spoke quite a bit about the case of the UK, but what about other major European markets like Germany or Italy? Might they also be open in the ways that you have found the UK to be?
Yeah, that's an interesting one. I think UK, we heard earlier as well, from a regulatory, from a taxation perspective, the UK market is a lot more mature. And we see that with the number of players which are in the Islamic finance, be it sort of full-fledged Islamic banks or windows which are operating in the UK market. France is an interesting one, and Germany as well. I mean, I led authorization of a bank in the EU after or before Brexit, and we were affected because of Brexit. And I did have engagements with the regulators in France, in Germany, in Netherlands as well, and we ultimately opted for France. And I think that level of pragmatism is there in those markets as well. It's easier to engage with the banking regulators. The challenge is more on the revenue side with the taxation authorities, where I think the problem is going to be a bit more. But on the regulatory engagement, I think UK clearly is way ahead. But you would, if you engage with them with a proper business case, I mean, at the end of the day, the regulators are concerned about how are you going to look after your customer, what's the risk and controls which you are going to put in place, is it going to be detrimental to the economy, and as long as you provide rational responses to those, I think they can engage with you quite easily. On the digitalization side, again, I think UK can be a pivot to sort of expand into the rest of the EU. Yes, there are cross-border sort of licensing issues, etc., but there are again ways to deal with those. But focusing on the digitalization in particular, there's one interesting stat I may share with the audience here, that 20% of the UK consumers have not visited their bank branch in the last 12 months. And that number is increasing at a pace where by end of this year, we're expecting that to be about 50%. So all of it is being undertaken, or banking is basically being undertaken digitally most of the times. The other thing worth mentioning in around the digitalization concept, the point is as well is that we, on the investment side and bringing in the AI into it, we are working with a fintech partner which can analyze 100,000 stocks globally, including put Sharia filters once we agree with them, the Sharia scholars. And again, that's a sort of a relative discussion, and I don't want to get into that. But the power of computing is there to enable that. It's more about how do you distribute that to the market, which I think the focus needs to be on.
Well, very good. Excellent commentary and follow-up. Thank you. I think this question of regulation plays into, Irshad, the comments that you had as well. And so different context, right? Not the European context, but the GCC. If you were to pinpoint one formation for harmonization across regulation within the GCC, what do you think would have the biggest impact on these cross-border Islamic investment structures?
Thank you. This question is a very wide and open question, but just to summarize in one point, I would say there is a very solid and sound case for harmonization only if we have a common framework for Sharia, common framework for documentations, the legal documentation. Alignment reduces fragmentation. This is a continuation of this, that only having a common framework will not help. We need to have alignment which will reduce the fragmentation. So how the alignment will reduce the fragmentation? I would say through reduction in cost. For example, I mentioned in my presentation that 30% of the cost is basically spent on resulting from the fragmentation. So that's going to be a cost saving. Scalability is another point that we need to see. And time, obviously, there is a saving of time as well. So harmonization has a very solid and sound case as long as we have a common framework, we have alignment of fragmentation, we have saving in or scalability, and which should help us in reducing the cost as well as time. And on the top of it, enforceability by the regulators, like for example, in some of the Gulf countries, Bahrain, Qatar, Oman, the IOFI standards are mandatory for the Islamic financial institutions, regardless of bank or insurance companies or takaful operators. If you have a license which is Sharia compliant or Islamic finance, you are required to follow the IOFI framework, not the IFRS. So enforceability is also equally important. If you have everything available, framework is there, but there is no enforceability, then you'll not be able to achieve the desired objective. To answer your question, is there any one thing? I would say yes, there is one thing, and that should be, again, common framework. And the other things are linked to the common framework. Okay. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you. Very insightful. Similar answers from different regional contexts around the world. I think that's fascinating. Anwar, your presentation demonstrated that the larger sort of economic environment can be that structure of fragmentation, where fewer and fewer people, for example, are able to get on the property ladder. And the model that you show, this innovative approach to ijara, involving investors and has nothing to do, as you said, sort of on its face with Sharia. It's just another investment formation, sounds like something that every homeowner or potential homeowner would want to sign up for. And in fact, the kind of models I've seen in other contexts, that is the case. Everyone wants this kind of model where they can, buy into home ownership at their own pace, at their own rate, and get on that property ladder. So can you tell us a little bit more about what kinds of obstacles this formation has encountered, and how you might balance out the need for investors with the desire of the customers?
Yeah, I think the biggest obstacle is brainwash. So we have been brainwashed since our youth that debt is the only way to buy a home. There is no other way. I did so many presentations, and people, when they refer to my product, they still talk about Islamic mortgage. So even though there is nothing to do with a mortgage, there is no debt, we have been bombarded by this message for so long. For a person to just understand that you can buy your house without debt, that's the biggest hurdle. Because all the marketing, that the banks put on the table for decades, basically brainwashed everybody, and people think that the system that we have today is the only one that is viable, that it cannot be challenged, and that the future needs to be like the past. And I think, if you don't believe what I'm saying, I think we need to talk about the cycle. So debt in itself is not a bad thing. But throughout humanity, we've seen that debt is being used, then abused, then you get the bubble, then the bubble bursts, and who end up in a less favorable position than before? It's always the same. It's the middle class. It's the poor. In 2008, who got hit? It's the average, the average Joe on the street. Did the bank really got hit in 2008? I mean, I'm asking you the question. Do you really think that the banks got hurt? Not really. They came back stronger. And I think, again, because there is so much marketing and so much money being put on this, and it has been the way for so long, that we don't really realize that the level of debt that we have today is way bigger than what we had in 2008. I mean, literally, I think there is a report that came out last week or 2 weeks ago saying that 100% of the world GDP is debt now. So it's like, I can't remember in humanity history that we reached this level of debt. But yet, if you go today on the market and you want to buy a property, you will have 1,001 offer of mortgage, like anything that you can imagine. And if it's not a mortgage, mezzanine, if it's not mezzanine, it's something else. But ultimately, if you don't want to do that, and you don't want to do mortgage, how many solutions do you have? And I think that's at the end of the day, we had a chance in 2008 to remodel the financial model. It didn't happen. I was naive, but I had a great hope on decentralized currency with Bitcoin and stuff, but that's another story for another day. It didn't happen the way it should have. But yeah, ultimately, I think the struggle is really to make people understand that mortgages or debt is not the only way. You can do things differently.
Thank you. Nasreen, I was really struck by, just the graphic of the country of Switzerland and how that visually demonstrated so clearly the fragmentation within Switzerland, linguistically and from canton to canton. It was really quite striking to me that Switzerland is able to sort of come together for, national level, federal level kinds of discussions on regulation and policy at all. And so I really loved your model as well that showed a real emphasis on the community level and feedback into the local community, because without customers, we know that it's not going to take off. And so I was struck by the idea, so Switzerland is really a major financial hub. This is known, of course. But despite that, and perhaps because of the fragmentation you so nicely articulated, why has Switzerland not taken a stronger sort of proactive step to position itself as a global Islamic financial hub?
I think that the country is very focused on the wealth management part and also the technology part. And we were already able to attract a lot of Islamic funds through the products that we are able to provide through the conventional banks. And there is just, for the moment, at least, no interest to open an Islamic window to grow this part of the market, because they have already attracted enough, I believe. And on the local market side, there is a clear lack of organization, I'd say, of the community. So as I said, everything is fragmented in Switzerland, and the culture is completely different from one part of Switzerland to the other. So we need to find a way to have this national cohesion that will bring like one stronger voice to above, to have a more powerful voice to request like legal framework or Islamic windows to open. And yeah, this is a work to be done. We are still at the very beginning step of Islamic in Switzerland for everyone, not only wealth management. So a lot to be done, and we need to be smart in every move. So inshallah, I'll tell you more in another session if we really are able to raise enough requests to have a market in Switzerland.
Yeah. Amazing. Each of these panelists really provide distinct but complementary models for sort of overcoming the fragmentation within and across borders. And I've been informed we have like 5 extra minutes, so I'm going to take my position as moderator and tell you that I also have a vision for how to overcome some of the fragmentation. I've been working on developing a network, and any of you are welcome to join if you're interested, of researchers, industry specialists, academics, private sector, looking at regulation for Islamic finance across the European continent. So far, I've got 30 people in the network from 16 European countries. We're looking for more. And our vision is to take what's already on the books in the regulation, to examine it, and then to find out what parts are already Islamic compliant. And rather than changing the regulatory environment, try to amplify those aspects that are Islamic compliant, profit and loss sharing, for example, venture capital, and make those tools available to especially Muslims sort of on the margins, perhaps immigrants, refugees, entrepreneurs, and people that might not otherwise know or have access to some of those avenues because of other bureaucratic obstacles. So we see across the board, please reach out if you're interested in joining or interested in contributing to the research. I think these are all different and complementary models that are really, I think, can work in tandem in these new frontiers in Muslim minority countries across Europe and beyond. So with that, we have 13 minutes left for audience Q&A. We have, I can see, wow, already a number of hands. So I will just work my way across the room if that's all right. We'll start over here on the side and just keep going. Maybe, is it possible to take like 3 questions and then have responses from the audience? Is that acceptable? I guess I'm going to say it is. So please, go ahead.
Thank you, everyone. My question is whether all of you, in your own respective ways, see a shift, generally speaking, from a faith-based demand to a value-based demand, even from non-Muslim customers, because obviously now that we're approaching in these territories as well, there's going to be a wide group of non-Muslim customers that we can target that are also looking for ethical property investments. So my question to you is do you see that shift? Do you see that increase in demand? Thank you.
Great. Can we do 2 more questions, and then we can throw out the answer? Next, we have this gentleman with his hand very high in the air, ready to jump up with his important question for our panelists.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. How can Islamic investment framework restore mizan, the balance between profit, ethics, and social responsibility in a global economy driven by speculation?
Thank you. Another wonderful and important question. We have another hand that is up at the front here, Ibrahim, if that's all right. She's been ready to go, so you're next. And we'll do responses for those 3 questions.
Assalamu alaikum. I just want to say thank you to the panel because different issues have been raised that I've never heard of. And I'm an educator and I have young people with me, so they've learned something. Thank you. I just have a quick question for the gentleman. I forgot your name. Regarding Anwar, thank you. Regarding what are the other ways you said that we could join the property ladder? That is not the mortgage. Is it possible to expand a little bit and then also probably get your details back again so people can get them on? Thank you, but everyone has been amazing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Who would like to begin?
That's okay. So the first question was, is there a demand, I guess, outside the Muslim community for values-driven proposition? Certainly it is. I mean, on the conventional side of the bank, we have an ESG-linked fund, which has been significantly successful. The partner we work with has seen the numbers as well growing in terms of that particular fund. There is a lot of investment that is aligned to those principles where we are concerned about the environment, the sustainability, the governance, what ESG stands for. And that pretty much aligns with the Islamic principles as well. That's how I see it. I think the point Irshad made is important. I am not an Islamic finance expert. I am somebody who has a lot of interest in Islamic finance, but harmonization is important. You know, we are here to facilitate banking and services for our customers. A lot of cynicism which has come into Islamic finance in the UK in particular is because of lack of harmonization. And I think that is important for the industry to grow. The second point about aligning values with profits, if I got this right, I think there is no, as far as I understand, there is no restriction or limitation when it comes to Islamic finance and the principles around Islamic finance about enterprise. You know, you are allowed to enter into trades where you are allowed to generate profitability. It's more about how do you undertake that business, how transparent you are, do you align with the fundamentals when it comes to some of the core principles around Islamic finance. That is critical over here. And as long as you're able to share those with your investors, I think we've got a way forward here.
Okay, I will give it a try. So to answer your question, I think here I'm going to give you a business answer and our own experience. So when we launched initially Crowd to Live, we launched it, we didn't target Muslims specifically. We targeted everybody, and we believed our business model could work for everybody, Muslim and non-Muslim alike. And we had like specific cases where, our product was basically better than what the bank was offering, especially with the amount of deposits that was required from the banks versus us. Having said that, when we relaunched the product under the Bayuti brand in December last year, we are now focusing specifically on Muslims. And the reason for that is that you need your early adopters. So when you start, a business, any kind of business, you have this beautiful curve, and the initial, I would say 4 or 5% are people that are going, that are believers, that are coming, and try a product, even if it's not perfect. They're still going to come and they will excuse so many things that are not ready because they are believers. Then you move to the next stage where the product is better, the value proposition is better, and you're moving away from the believers. And then you tap into I would say the mass market where the beliefs is not really there anymore. It's just what is the core value proposition, and then you go mass market. So we've done both, but to answer your question is depending on where you are on the cycle. I think if it's just you started, you need to focus on your early believers. If you already established, and then you need to widen up, a little bit, your base or your potential customer base. I think the question from the gentleman, I will just rephrase it slightly differently. It's not a matter of like return or speculation or everything. I think ultimately, Islamic finance, it needs to be sustainable. So it's all about sustainability. How can we do something that, because the problem with speculation is, yes, you make 20%, 30%, 50% like 1 year, but then 2 years later you lose it all. So here, it's how can we pitch something that is sustainable? And I have this question all the time because investors are coming to us and saying, I want to invest in real estate. I'm like, okay. And it's like, what's your return? And you're like, anywhere between 5 to 7%, depending where you buy and stuff. Oh, this guy is giving me 10%. That guy is giving me 15%. It's like, yeah, but like, look at the risk that you're taking. And look at, is it sustainable or not? And ultimately, I think the core of Islamic finance is sustainability. So you can put it in ESG, you can put it in different, buckets, but at its core, we need to be sustainable. We need to be able to, no matter what comes our way, we're still around. And like I said earlier, if tomorrow we have a financial crisis, all the people that are leveraged are going to get hurt pretty badly. So, not being leveraged in situation where the market is quite in a risky state is the most sustainable way of moving forward. So the key word, I think, to answer your question is sustainability.
Okay, I would like to give a very different perspective. Please excuse my colleagues, because it's on the flip side. I don't agree that Islamic banking or Islamic finance is an emerging concept. No. It has been there for the last 100 years ago. When Prophet Muhammad used to sell the goods of his wife, that was a murabah arrangement. He used to charge the extra profit. That was a murabah arrangement. So why are we saying that it's an emerging concept? Is there any shift from the conventional to Islamic? There is no shift. This concept was always there. It's something that we have started discussing now, that how we are going to run Ijara. Ijara has been there. If you go and see the 4 caliphs, all these concepts were there. The trade is not something that had been started 100 years ago or 200 years ago. The trade started when the human being I started dealing or living, I would say. That's on the one side. I know it's a very controversial answer. On the other side, value proposition and all the stuff. As a depositor, when we know Mudarba is a profit-sharing, loss-bearing arrangement, what is profit-sharing and loss-bearing? That in the case of a profit, Mudarib, the fund manager, and the Rabul Mal, who is the investor, will share the profit. In the case of loss, the entire loss will be absorbed by the Rabul Mal, the investor. Are we ready for that? No. Personally, ask yourself. Don't ask this question that what Islamic finance these guys are going to bring or what we are going to discuss in the next 2 days. That's not going to change the world. Are we ready to accept the loss? No. And as a result of that, the pressure goes on the people who are running the banks. They have to compete with the conventional bankers to make sure that they offer the same return or similar return to the depositor that is offered by their counterparts in the conventional banks. And as I mentioned in the lunch break, Ibrahim, to you, that 90% of the Islamic banks are run by the conventional bankers. So the benchmark rate, I was mentioning to share, the benchmark rate is in the blood. It's not the mindset, it's not the concept, it's in their blood. They will always consider what is the benchmark rate. They will not consider that, okay, it's a profit sharing, what is the return on the underlying assets? Whatever is the return on the underlying assets. I have been involved in the Islamic banking on every side. I worked in the bank as well as working on the consulting firm where I have seen the banks compromise their share of profit from the mudaraba to compensate to the depositor by calling it profit equalization reserve or investment risk reserve or whatever. Why? Because they need to make sure that there should not be a run on the bank. And why they are ensuring this thing? Because me and you want the return on the deposit. We don't want the bank to tell us that, sorry, this year there is only a loss. Once we will start accepting that, yes, we have given Sharia compliant to somebody to run or use our money through Sharia compliant basis, then we should be ready for the losses as well. Which Islamic bank has reported a loss and continue to survive? I think it's a controversial answer, but that's the reality.
Woo, it's hot here.
Yeah, I need to answer. I'm sorry, I need to answer. The first thing is that it's not a Muslim thing. Riba is not a Muslim thing. So if you go back to the Jews, for them it is forbidden. Also, interest is forbidden. The Christian, interest is forbidden. The Muslim, it's forbidden. So now the question is, what happened? So what happens to the Jews to accept interest, and what happens to the Christian to accept interest? They change the definition from any kind of interest to an excessive kind of interest. But if you read the books, at no point they're talking about excess. They're talking about any, like a little bit more is interest. And why they did that? Because of what he's mentioning now. Is people are coming to you and saying, you don't have a choice. I'm sorry. I did an MBA at Imperial College, and we had the luxury of having the EasyJet CEO that came to us. And his point was that as low-cost airline, we didn't care what the national airlines were doing. We were not looking at British Airways and Air France and all these guys. We didn't care because their value proposition was just different from our value proposition. We didn't do, like for example, EasyJet, it's always direct flight. You don't have stopover. And this is something that was specific to them. You paying extra luggage, that back in the days was specific to them. And therefore, what happened in the space of like 20, 30 years is actually the conventional carrier now are copying the business model of the low cost. And my point, where I completely disagree with what he's saying, is that we should not try to compete with the conventional banks. Let them do whatever they want to do. We need to come with our own value proposition that is different to them. And my dream, and what I'm working like day and night for, is to actually them starting copying us. That should be the aim. Thank you very much.
All right, I know we are at time. Can I give Nasreen the last word? She's not had a chance to respond to any of the questions or comments yet, and I think it's
sure. Do you mind repeating the question, the last one, please?
Anything that you would like to comment on?
Our question here, sorry. Our question that we said about how to get people the property, Sorry, I was just reminding her, we had a question that's outstanding.
You can speak after.
Yeah, regarding how to get, and then yourself, if you could also say something about it in Switzerland, so maybe we start coming over
So the property financing in Switzerland. Yeah, actually, this idea is something that we can clearly replicate in Switzerland. And as you said, I believe that Islamic finance should be completely different and conventional instead of replicating what we see. And we should be like completely different and keep our strong values like in the center. And our strong values is the sustainability and also the sharing in the risk. And when it comes to property, we know that in Sharia laws, debt is acceptable, but it's not recommended. So I think that this model, the one that he has, is perfectly suitable to Switzerland. And I hope that we will one day be able to have this kind of solution to allow more than only Muslims, but like to show also that to the non-Muslims how the way we do business, we place the people in the middle and we place the finance like at the right place and not like as being the most important thing.
Great. Thank you, Nasreen. Thank you all for joining our panel, and we're looking forward to the next one, which starts immediately. Oh, no, I'm sorry, I'm speaking out of turn. Thank you very much for this panel.
Thank you to our moderator and our distinguished panelists. Are we okay? We're okay, perfect. A lot to think about, a lot to debate about amongst yourselves, so I'm going to let you digest the information that was let off to our listeners here in this room. We are going to take a short 15-minute break for you to help yourselves to some coffee and tea. Hopefully, I'll see you all back here in 15 minutes' time. Thank you so much. Esteemed guests, I see that half the room is currently empty. I'm assuming that most of our participants are currently grabbing their coffee and refreshments to get energized for the final panel discussion of the day. I would kindly like to ask all of our participants to make their way to their seats so we can begin the final session of the fourth AlBaraka Forum for today.
الجزائر الله اهلا ايه ده الله اهل الجزائر يا ما شاء الله يعني مشهورين في العالم يعني الدكتور وائل السخن نعم على حسب يعني.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude the first day of the summit, it is my absolute honor to introduce the final panel discussion of the day. This session is titled Empowering Entrepreneurship from the Islamic Economy Perspective, Innovation, Ethics, and Global Markets Access. Our distinguished panelists will explore how Muslim entrepreneurs are driving growth and innovation while remaining grounded in ethical and Sharia-compliant principles. From overcoming market barriers to accessing global opportunities, this discussion will highlight the strategies, tools, and partnerships that empower entrepreneurs to thrive on the international stage. I would like to introduce the moderator of this session, the Secretary General of the Saleh Kamel Sustainable Entrepreneurship and Enterprise Development, Dr. Wael Al-Dasuki Bedda.
Thank you. Okay. Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, everyone. And before I start this panel, I'm very excited with the panel because I come from entrepreneurship background, and working with startups is very interesting, and building the next generation of innovators is always inspiring to everyone. But please allow me, before we start the panel, to welcome on stage an inspirational leader who's been in the business space for many years and who built one of the largest pharmaceutical empires in Egypt, Africa, and the MENA region. And in addition to that, he's always obsessed with balancing profits and purpose, leading organization for a purpose, for a mission, not only for making money. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Shireen Hilmi on the stage.
الحمد لله رب العالمين أنزل الكتاب بالحق وبدأه بقول اقرأ والصلاة والسلام على الهادي الأمين وببسم الله الرحمن الرحيم نبدأ. If I gave Wael in our business or barter deal what worth a sterling pound, and he gives me back what worth a sterling pound, me and Wael are leaving this room with £1 in our pocket. But if I gave Wael an idea and he gave me an idea, all of us are leaving this room with 2 ideas in our heads. But if I have love and care for him and he has love and care for me, the result is exponential, because people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. Sheikh Saleh Kamel, rahmatullah alayh, I met him and I was honored to be appointed by him as a board member في اتحاد أصحاب الأعمال الدول الإسلامية, which is Business Owners Union. And really, I found that he is something genuine. He was a treasure. He was giving from his not only wealth, but values, wanted all the Islamic countries to have a Schengen visa or a free visa, moving between countries, creating jobs, training, and giving life for others. And he said, true wealth lies in what benefits people, not in what we want. He not only did this, but I'm saying a secret, that he cured 400,000 Egyptians from hepatitis C. Hepatitis C is a deadly disease. With COVID-19, in the first year, 2 million people died, but every year with hepatitis B and C, 1.5 million person dies. But with COVID, they die in 15 days, so everybody is worried. But with hepatitis, they die in 20 years, so nobody cares. So he was the one of the founders that started the funding for this thing to happen. They asked me to have only 14 slides. Usually in 15 minutes, I have 140 slides. So I made a mind map from Tony Buzan. I met the guy, and really it helps in knowing things. So, how can we manage purpose and business? How can we do this? We will know the answer now. First, we ask why. Why are we here today? We are here because of Sheikh Saleh Kamel created this organization to have a legacy of knowledge between us. We share the knowledge from each other, and we share the lights. We have lights. Everybody has an aura and has a positive action against others also. So why are we promoting Islamic economy? In a marathon, some spectators are standing 1 kilometer after the starting point, one in the middle after 20 kilometers, and one at the end at the 40 kilometers. So for the ones in the start, they see somebody sprinting, so they thought that these are winning the race. The ones that started sprinting will lose their breath, and the ones who was moderate will reach till the middle as the ones winning the race. But who will win in the end, we will know that together. Why is the Islamic funds and Islamic banking and Islamic things increasing? Islam, we have to ask, what is Islam? If you ask many people in the West, they will say, it's something we don't understand, it's terrorism, it's violence, it's... No. They don't know what is Islam, neither do us. So how can we dive deep to know what's going on? First, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in his hadith al-Qudsi, a major statement that tells us how Islam goes. He said, يا عبادي إني حرمت الظلم على نفسي وجعلته بينكم محرما فلا تظالموا. O my servants, I have forbidden oppression for myself and have made it forbidden among you, so don't oppress one another. And he said, يا عبادي لو أن أولكم وآخركم اجتمعوا في صعيد واحد فسألوني فأعطيت كل سائل مسألة ما نقص ذلك من ملكي إلا ما كما ينقص المخيط إذا أدخل ماء البحر. If we're talking about wealth and economy, Qarun had lots of gold that the people couldn't carry the keys of the safe of his gold. What happened to him? He went. So he says, so if all of you come in one time and ask me all what they want, all the wealth, it will not diminish my kingdom and my wealth as if you get a needle and you grab from the sea. So it's not for this, but it's for non-oppression and to know that whatever we can have, we can have. Then he says, Prophet Muhammad says, لا يؤمن أحدكم حتى يحب لأخيه ما يحب لنفسه. You're not a believer unless you love to your brother what you love for yourself. What is Islamic economy? It's a value-added economy. I have to have a product, something, not speculation, and let people put hundreds of billions, and one day they get finished. Knowledge. Islam taught us to read and to know, and Prophet Muhammad said, it's not barakah in a day without knowing something new. And he told us to work with effort, with ihsan. There is a book called Quality on Trial. On page 8, they wrote a funny story about the commander of the American army, got all his commanders. He said, I'm going to tell you how to attack the Russian submarines in the North Atlantic frozen ocean. We have to raise the temperature of the frozen ocean till boiling point, so it's very hot down there. So the submarine has to go up. The anti-submarine aircrafts will hit it with the missiles. So the Navy commander raises his hand, sir, I'm the one going to do this. How am I going to raise the temperature of the frozen ocean to boiling point? He said, I put the strategy, you do the roadmap yourself. Islam did not do this. He made the strategy, إِنَّ اللَّهَ يُحِبْ إِذَا عَمِلَ أَحَدُكُمْ عَمَلًا أَنْ يُتْقِنَهُ. Prophet Muhammad says, if someone is doing an act, he should be perfection in it. And he wrote the standard operating procedure for the worst job to be done. إِنَّ اللَّهَ كَتَبَ الْإِحْسَانَ عَلَى كُلِّ شَيْءٍ حَتَّى فِي الذَّبْحِ فَلْيُحِدَّ أَحَدُكُمْ شَفْرَتَهُ وَلْيُرِحْ ذَبِيحَتَهُ. Allah have made ihsan excellence, even when you're slaughtering a cow. So make your blade sharp and make it easy for the cow to be slaughtered. Then we were taught to accept results. We were talking about Iman bal qadar khayrihi wa sharrih, good or bad, whether we win or we have to do our best. But what will happen is being done by His Almighty. There is something missing component in the Islamic economy. It's called charity, zakah. Zakah is not only 2.5% on the money you have for a year in the bank. No. Some people say not in God we trust, we say in God we trust. Gold, oil, and gas. The charity for rikaz is 20%. If you imagine that all Islamic countries are taking 20% of the oil, gas, and gold to the whole Muslim society, and not Muslim society, because Allah is the Lord of all creation, not only Muslim. He created them all because He loved them. So, after we ask why, we say who. Who is He and who are we? There is verses in Quran says, and they did not appreciate Allah as He truly deserved. وَمَا قَدَرُ اللَّهَ حَقَّ قَدْرِهِ. This is the infectious disease we have now. We don't know who is Allah. And if you know Prophet Muhammad ﷺ, he had 23 years for his speech, 13 years on one subject. A'budullah, worship Allah. No prayer, no fasting, no hajj, no zakat, nothing. And in 10 years in Medina, 10,000 aspects to be learned and taught to people. Why did he spend 13 years to make a foundation? So when Allah says something, hi, sir, we obey. So, Allah, I was in Australia 2 months ago and we were celebrating the 1500th birthday of Prophet Muhammad. We are now in Hijri year 1474 and he migrated at the age of 53. And I asked ChatGPT because there were non-Muslims in the thing and they asked, why are you celebrating this guy? Who is his Lord or his commander? I asked ChatGPT, how many galaxies did the Lord create? 2 trillion galaxies. In each galaxy, how many planets and stars? 10 billion. So you have 2 times 10 to the power of 22 of planets. And planet Earth has 3 trillion trees, 8,420,000,2017 people living, because I have my cousin born a week ago, so that's the 17th. And he didn't feel tired creating all this. لم يعي بخلقهن ولا يؤوده حفظهما. And he is capable of keeping them rotating and running, and he is preparing our tomorrow's oxygen and insulin. We're not preparing it for ourselves. So وَمَا قَدَرُ اللَّهَ حَقَّ قَدْرِ is the real infectious disease. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has 99 beautiful names. 33 for the essence, like Allah. 33 attributes like the generous, Al-Karim, and 33 actions like Al-Khaliq, creator. You heard about Tarzan. He doesn't have in his vocabulary list the generous because he never made a dinner for monkeys. Any monkey needs a banana, he jumps up the tree and he grabs the banana. But he comes to Egypt and he works, says, Tarazan, there are poor people, you have to pay charity. So he knows, what's that? He said, generosity. Kareem. He said, what's Kareem? I don't have it in my vocabulary. So he started learning and becoming a Kareem. And then he said, what about the Lord who created all this? He should be worshipped and we should be loved. Then going to what? Oh, who are we? We are his Khalifa, his vice on earth. And he gave us this to love him, to enjoy the journey, not wait for the destination. Our role, wealth and health in our company. So we found that the medicine for hepatitis, it was the green, oh, the big green, okay. This is why we are working with ethics, and this is the price of one box, 33,000. $605 and 4 cents. When we made it for Sheikh Saleh Kamel, it was for $48 only. And the 33 is one box, it's 3 boxes. 3 boxes for $100,000. He paid $48 to save a life, and we gave it to the Egyptian army for £3. So how did we create the ecosystem to make this happen? These are people making strike against killers, against selling the drug for most, and we created the 12Ds scenario. We all know about the 4Ds, the doctors, drugs, diagnostics, and dorms, but we had direction and political will when we went to President Sisi and he said, I want to eliminate. Then discoveries. I attended the United Nations Secretary General high-level panel for access to medicine. 100 speakers, I was number 99, and I had 1 minute, and they were governments, WIPO, WTO, WHO, panelists, activists, multinationals. I said, to P or not to P, that's the question. To patent or not to patent, that's the question. Life gains versus trade gains, that's the question. And we saved 4.1 million people in Egypt from death. Not only this, they said that we are meeting, but we are not reaching consensus. Each one is pulling according to his wealth and point of view. I said someone went to Prophet Muhammad ﷺ, he said, my mother is telling me to do so, and my father is telling me to do the opposite. He says, أطع أمك ولا تعصى أباك. Obey your mother and don't disobey your father. So we said, okay, let the multinationals do whatever they want to do, and let's have one government. We have the government of Malaysia and Indonesia and Thailand. We had Drugs for Neglected Diseases Initiative. We had WHO, and we created a new medicine for the Far East for only less than $200 instead of $100,000. So we had accreditation, we had 5 WHO pre-qualification, diplomats, Leo Messi, Daniel Alves, you will see them, detailing data management. We analyzed for 70 million Egyptians, not only for hepatitis, but also for diabetes, blood pressure, and obesity, and we have a health map now. Dorms and mobile clinics, we have 35,000 clinics analyzing. Doctors, it was only specialists for hepatology to treat. Now it's general practitioner, drugs, diagnostics, and donors, where we had Sheikh Saleh Kamel, radiallahu anhu. This is the Messi Act.
In the past 2 years, a lot has happened. Leo lost some finals and won some more. He scored 102 goals with his team's help. He had Matteo, his second son, went around the world in just 64 days for a cause. Got a bunch of titles, got injured, treated, and healed. And in the meantime, Melanie has been waiting. Just like 100 million people forced to wait over 2 years to start their cure from hepatitis C.
Todo lo que he conseguido en estos últimos 2 años no significa nada si entre todos no podemos cambiar la vida de Melanie y de mucho más como ella. Nadie debería esperar por el tratamiento.
Stopped to wait, and we started curing millions of lives, not only in Egypt, but also in other areas we're going to see now. Then we go to something very important, which is, where is the problem? I'm a pharmacist. I studied Islamic religion, and I studied MBA and DBA. My DBA was the impact of Islamic values on relationship interpersonal conflict management. Conflict is inevitable, starting from اهبطوا بعضكم لبعض عدو, go enemies to each other on earth, till ادخلي في عبادي وادخلي جنتي, get into my slaves and come to my heaven. Body gets sick, you have hepatitis. Mind gets sick, you have schizophrenia. Your spirit gets sick, you have grudge, envy, hatred, or so, something like that. So I made a diagnostic kit, initiators, root cause, motives, reasons, and consequences. Going backwards from this, we will see here. There is either physical abuse or emotional anger. There is materialism and egoism. Here you see the appetite that makes you hungry, thirsty, sexual craving, anger that makes you defend yourself, and desires. Here we have body, intellect, and spirit. If we forget, نسيا ولم نجد له عزما, we don't have a good stamina and we don't have good belief, 4 initiator starts, which is Satan, the self, and the people, the bad people, and ad-dunya. Oh, we are now going to something when the first leadership model was leadership by destruction. قابيل and Habil, Cain and Abel. قرب قربانا فتقبل من أحدهما ولم يتقبل من الآخر قال لأقتلنك. And for years, the Stone Age, if you have a stone, you hit somebody sleeping on the head, and the wealth was in cattle and women. Till the age of agriculture, the wealth was in land. How many hectares of land you have? And the leadership by the whip. I own the people, they are my slaves. Till the 19th century, industrial era, and the 20th century, it's management by instruction and the wealth in ores, gold, oil, lumber. Then at the end of the 20th century, it's IP. It's management by objectives. This you buy it for 800 pounds and you can get it from China for $10. So where is the rest? It's in IP. What is going to happen in the 21st century? It's management by values. That's why Islamic economy is going to flourish and we will reach the marathon at the end. Why? Because it was made not by a person, but by a God who is the only one who claimed, I created the universe, I created the sun, I created the moon. No one else in this world said he did it. So the values have 3 pillars: love, trust, and just. If there is no justice, it will not continue. So then let us go to the economy part. We talk about environment, social, and governance. Can I take more 5 minutes, please? Okay, thank you. So the environmental analysis, when I was studying my MBA in Central Michigan, who made the SWOT analysis? Was it Harvard or Stanford? It was Abu al-Abbas al-Mursi from Alexandria 800 years ago, when his scholar Ahmad ibn Ata'illah al-Secondary entered a little bit upset. He said, حال المرء على 4 نعمة وبلية ومعصية وطاعة. You have 4 quadrants. Ni'mah, which is good working environment, which is an opportunity, and baliya, which is tough time, which is a threat, ma'siyah, which is a sin, which is a weakness, and ta'a, which is doing good, which is a strength. He said if you have the quadrant of opportunity, you should be thankful. Thankful is the name shakur, shakarat al-bi'r. The well is overpouring and giving others. If you don't have sabur, you have to be patient. If you commit sin, ghafoor, you have to ask him forgiveness. And if you do good, it's shahid, to witness his blessing on making you do this. Then we go to this, social. يا أيها الناس إنا خلقناكم من ذكر وأنثى وجعلناكم شعوبا وقبائل لتعارفوا. One word. O mankind, I've created you from a male and a female and made you into nations and tribes. 5 words, and I'll hide another 5 because of the time. First, تعارفوا, معرفة, to know each other, friendship. Then إسداء المعروف, service. Then عرفان, gratitude. Then معارف, knowledge. Then عرف, norms and values. Then we touch here to governance. Sallallahu alayhi wasallam, Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam, he loved everybody. And he said no one should steal or cheat. When he put his hand on the dates and he found it wet, he said, oh Rasulullah, it was raining. He said, Man ghashana falaysa minna. Why didn't you put it here? If you cheat us, you're not one of us. That is Islamic economy. It's not only banking systems, it's how you love for others to be what done for you. You should be honest, you should be trustworthy. He is rahma lil alameen, he is a mercy for all, and Allah did not send him but on good manners. Khuluq azim. His scholars, he made another Abu Bakr, he came with all his money. Omar, 50%. Abdurrahman ibn Auf, he has 1,000 camels with lots of business. All the merchants came, he said, Allah will pay me more. It's all for free for Allah. Osman ibn Affan bought Ruma well and gave the water for free for people. Then we had Islamic scholars who made what? They made pharmacy, mathematics, medicine, astrology, chemistry, physics, geology, psychology, engineering. All this, I think you can learn it, and the presentation will be here, so not to waste more time. But last but not least, we see here that we went to not only Egypt, that's the globalization. So we had ethics, we had innovation by creating and making the new medicine in Argentina, Brazil, Southeast, Malaysia, Saudi Arabia, Thailand, China, and Russia. Here in WHO, the Trilateral Symposium in front of the 3 Director General, WTO, WHO, and WIPO, and we were talking about the Egyptian thing, and these are the 3. And at the end, Tedros, the head of WHO, said, Shukran jazilan Misr. Thank you, Egypt, and he came and presented to President Sisi gold tier certificate for elimination of hepatitis. One of the scholars that continued after the early part is Sheikh Saleh Kamel. So we really have to ask Allah for him, not to make him a palace in heaven. He had a palace in Jeddah. But I ask Allah not to make him a palace in heaven. You know why? To be with Prophet Muhammad in his palace and never leave him abadan. We say the essence of character. Your true character is revealed by your clarity of your convictions, the choices you make and the promises you keep. Hold strongly to your principle and refuse to flow with the currents of convictions. What you say and do defines who you are, and who you are forever. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much again, Dr. Shireen. You're always inspiring to everyone. And as you can see from the eyes of the audience, your stories are always, it always leaves a good memory and the message. And your story on how you allocated your resources, your time, your company, your organization as pharmaceutical to cure millions of people and to sell it for $1 instead of $100,000. I mean, millions of people times $100,000, this is a massive fortune. So he decided to make it for this cause. So thanks again, Dr. Shireen, and always inspiring. Thank you so much. And this is exactly the topic of this panel, speaking of ethical entrepreneurship and purpose, leading with purpose, starting companies for a reason or for a mission. So please join me in welcoming the amazing panelists on this stage. Professor Dr. Ayman Tarabishi, the president of the International Council for Small Business, United States of America. And Dr. Asma Onas, the London Stock Exchange Group, the co-founder of the Arab Entrepreneurs Board, and the founder of Life London. Welcome. And Dr. Lalwa Rahisiat, the CEO of GameWise Technology, board member on FinTech and Startup Governance, and the author of the Money Moves book. MashaAllah, everyone on this panel has many titles, right? That's food. So this panel is related to the concept of entrepreneurship from Islamic perspective, ethical entrepreneurship, leading with a purpose. Dr. Ayman, I want to start with you because I always notice that you at the International Council for Small Business, you always talk about the concept of human entrepreneurship, and you innovated this concept, and you're trying to promote this concept everywhere. And I think up to my understanding, the concept of human entrepreneurship is related to the dignity of human being. So how could you relate this concept to entrepreneurship?
Yes, thank you very much. But I want to, first of all, thank AlBaraka for inviting me here for this session. It's really wonderful to see a great topic here this morning. I come from Washington, D.C. So I'm a professor at George Washington University, and I'm the president and CEO of the International Council for Small Business. We're a very old organization founded in 1955 to help support entrepreneurship and small business. And this year is our 70th anniversary. So we've been around for 70 years. I'm not 70 years old. Let's make a distinction here, but I've been working there for quite some time. And it's very dear to me that in my 70th anniversary, we come back to London on a very important topic like this. So I'm very enjoyed. I want to share a story here, kind of a personal story, but to connect it to this concept of dignity. I was born in Kuwait in 1971. My dad is an entrepreneur. He's Egyptian. So he owned his own company, furniture company. And when I was 11 years old, 12 years old, he asked me to go to the bank to deposit money. Back then, you actually carried cash to go put it in the bank, digital. And I was waiting in line to deposit money for my dad, and there was a nice Kuwaiti gentleman in front of me. And he was closing his account, and the teller was talking to him and said, "Here's your money, and here's the interest on your money that you accumulate in the account." Now, I was young. I didn't understand this whole issue. So this Kuwaiti gentleman, very traditional, started yelling, saying, "This is not my money. This is interest. This is haram. I don't want it." And he turned around and had a big stash of money, Kuwaiti dinars. He turned around, he looks at me, and he gives me all the dinars. Now, for an 11-year-old kid, this was like Ramadan, Eid, Christmas, Easter. Every holiday in the world was happening to me right there. So I go back and I tell my dad, "I got all this money." And he goes, "How did you get all this money?" He goes, "There was a guy upset, and he didn't want that extra money. So he gave it to me and said, 'Use it.'" So I'm thinking toys, I'm thinking bicycles, I'm thinking, Atari back then. If you are older, you'll know where I'm going from. And my father smiled and said, "We have to use this money for good use." So we went out and bought sheep for Eid to give it to the poor. This was my first introduction to the use of money for good. And I still remember this story here because my dad passed away last month. And I remember this conversation with him because with his money, I went to the US to study, to become a professor, to become president, to be sitting here. So I would have long debates with him between the concept of capitalism versus Islam. What's the difference? Why is there so many conflicts? Why is there so many different ways of thinking? And in the conversation today, I hear a lot of people saying, there's always this question between good versus evil, between white versus black. But in the way I saw it with my father, it's a conversation. It's a continuum. You can pick which one you want, but deep down inside, it comes down to root causes: dignity, humanity, happiness, giving back to society, making sure everybody's at the table. Right? Doing good and doing well can coexist. Now, I come from the US, so let me give you some statistics here from the US, because I'm a professor. I do research. That's my job as a researcher. Right? Dignity, which is a key topic here, drives productivity and retention. Companies with high employee engagement, that means they take care of their employees, right, show 21% higher profitability and 59% lower turnover. That's from the Gallup Foundation. That's pure research right here. When workers are treated with dignity, when they are engaged, they become more innovative, they perform more, and they create sustainable jobs that continue. Dignity is not something as an offer. It's a core concept of any company that wants to be successful. So I'll stop here and let the colleagues continue. Thank you.
Yes, of course. Thank you so much. So it's not only for the purpose of getting thawab or credit, it's also for the purpose of scaling the company. So if you treat your employees with dignity, the turnover will be less and the profitability will increase by 20%.
1%.
20%. Amazing. Thank you so much. Dr. Asma, your role as part of the London Stock Exchange and the Arab Founders Organization or Council, you're very much familiar with the investment ESG concept and impact investing and investing from the perspective of Islamic financing. So how can you relate this space to entrepreneurship, to startups? How startups, how entrepreneurs, how investors could really make better, I would say, businesses with ESG? Is it compatible, or it is either or?
Of course. So first of all, thank you so much for including me in this esteemed panel. So thank you to the Baraka Summit. And also thank you so much for all the audience who stayed to this panel. You took the informed decision today to be part of this very important dialogue. So thanks to you as well. So just to give you a bit of background about myself. So I'm actually, I have a PhD in computer science. So I started in academia, but then I graduated in 2010, and that was just around the time of the credit crunch or the mortgage crisis. So I actually ended up, ironically, in banking. And I worked for around 15 years in JP Morgan, Credit Suisse, Citibank, and the Bluecrest hedge fund. And I was actually in the emerging markets fixed income, which is based on the rates business and the derivatives from the rates business. And then at some point in my life, you have to ask yourself, am I doing things ethically? Even though I was in the technology and e-trading side, I decided to go to equities. And then I joined the London Stock Exchange, and I was very proud to be the first business analyst to automate the FTSE Russell indices. And part of those indices, you have the Sharia-compliant YASAR indices, and you've got like the NASDAQ Dubai indices, you have the South Africa Sharia indices, and it was very interesting for me to just start looking at what that is and trying to understand more about Islamic finance. But then I try to think of myself as one of those people who change every 10 years or every decade. So I entered entrepreneurship, and actually our CEO is on the front row here, if you guys want to talk to us afterwards. And we co-founded the Arab Entrepreneurs Board, which is a UK company that helps entrepreneurs from the UK to expand to the Arab world, particularly the GCC and the other way around. And we also connect people for deal making and powerful networking. And one of the things that you get asked most about from entrepreneurs is how do I get funding and how do I get investor interest? And just like to also give you some statistics based on my research in Google, so not the university research, but the Google research, 1% of Islamic products, of all products, is Islamic products. So out of all the finance in the world, only 1% is Islamic products from banking perspective. And 50% of those are traded in the GCC. So the GCC, even though it's a small region, it's actually responsible for a lot of these activities. And as you've seen from the different panelists before, you actually get, in some countries like Kuwait and Bahrain, you cannot really trade non-Sharia compliance. So one of the advice that we give to our entrepreneurs is if you are serious about expanding or looking for investors in the GCC, then you need to consider Islamic financing, not just as an alternative, but because you need to speak the language. You need to know what is going on. You need to know exactly where the region is going and move on with that wave. As you know, the GCC, obviously, most people, they look for investors there, not just because it's known to be a place of wealth, but also because of all the grand visions that are being conducted by the governments, like Vision 2030 for Saudi Arabia. Actually, each country in the GCC has a grand vision. And with that, 2030 is only 4 years from now. So we know that that region is changing. And part of that change is diversification of their ecosystem. And entrepreneurship is a very big part of that. So whether you want to do startups or small, medium companies, etc., it's very very, very important to understand what kind of Islamic financing products you can get, and how is that ethically related to you, and what can you do about it. And I just wanted to tell, because we, humanity, we tend to have amnesia. People forget something that is very important. After the crisis, the mortgage crisis, it was proven that Islamic finance did much better than the conventional finance. But for many people, you might already know that, because obviously the other one is mortgage-based, is interest rate, so that was like one of the reasons of the economic crisis anyway. But also after COVID, that was the same result. So Islamic financing products did much better, and investment did much better than the conventional finance. So just, yeah, something to think about.
Amazing. So there is, yes, there is a huge, we still have a huge business opportunity in the Islamic finance space. Only 1% of the financial solutions now is Islamic finance solutions. So we still have 99%. So there is a big, in terms of business opportunity, in terms of investment opportunity, not only in terms of Sharia compliant financing and solutions to financing solutions. So I want to ask the same question to Dr. Lalwa. Based on your experience in Malaysia and Indonesia and Southeast Asia region in general, is it the same? Do you think that this is the same dynamics in Southeast Asia as in London, UK, maybe United States, maybe Europe? In terms of Sharia compliant financing, in terms of ESG or impact investing, or the ecosystem is different?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Assalamu alaikum, very good afternoon. Actually, I'm Lalwa from Malaysia, but I've been here on and off for 10 years, to be honest, and I would like to thank AlBaraka for inviting me for the opportunity. I think I'm the only one from Malaysia here until tomorrow. Okay. Malaysia boleh. That's why it's the slang as well. Okay. First thing first. I think when people talk, I think we have a lot of statistics just now. After lunch, we have Islamic investment session. We have Islamic banking session just now. And I would say in every slide there is a Malaysia there to state that Malaysia is one of the hub in Southeast Asia for Islamic finance and whatnot. So I think I do agree that we are there. As a Southeast Asia, Malaysia, and whatnot, we are actually would be at par as what we have in here or in Middle East. But of course, we have a lack of, I would say, for Malaysia, it's not a problem because we are actually a majority Muslim country. So everybody are actually looking for that such of investment, ESG, impact investing, ethical investing or whatnot, and in fact, my PhD are about that, and I agree with you when you say that it's part of my research, like before COVID, it's on the par, and after COVID, we are still sustained as Islamic finance. That's true. So answering your question, Dr. Wael, I think yes. In Southeast Asia, we are also eyeing the same thing as what Western and Middle Eastern is doing. Yeah, even though we are not coping up in the terms of value, but I think Malaysia are winning in part of Sukuk bond. We are at par with that. But in terms of implementations and creativity, we are a bit lacking. And I think we can learn a lot from MENA countries and maybe from UK as well. I think UK is one of the Islamic hub in Europe, which is I think we could actually learn from each other. So yes, that will be my answer. We are there. We are actually looking forward to it. But in the terms of, how should I say, adaptation is a bit slow there. So it's a little bit. I hope there's no Malaysian or Southeast Asian here. No, just kidding.
Perfect. Yes, definitely. The Malaysians used to be one of the pioneering countries when it comes to Islamic financing. Even
Sukuk, to be honest.
And Sukuk and Islamic finance in general, Islamic banking as well. 30 years ago until now. So even in the education of Islamic financing and Islamic degrees in general, Malaysia is leading in this space, mashallah.
Yeah.
So speaking more about entrepreneurship and startups and the ecosystem, the concept of ecosystem, maybe incubators, accelerators, regulations for any fintech startup, they should get license from financial regulatory authorities or central banks. So, Dr. Ayman, could you tell us more about, you had an event in Paris a week ago, and 2 weeks ago you had something in Korea as part of the ICSB. I mean, you're traveling everywhere and you're exposed to the global ecosystem. What are the best practices you have seen in terms of ecosystem development that any country can use or utilize or apply to develop their ecosystem?
Yeah, and this is an excellent question because we're trying to compare different parts of the world into what this term ecosystem come from. What does it mean? How did it come here? Ecosystem is a biological term. So we've adopted it from biology, put it in the business sense. So let me give you a comparison of how we see ecosystems at ICSB and as research here. So let's, for instance, take Korea, right? If you look at Korea and your research, Korea from 1995 to 2025, they went from 0.75 trillion to 1.7 trillion GDP. They doubled in 20 years or not. And you call it the miracle on the Han. How did they revolutionize themselves from having zero exports to being the #1 country in exports in terms of petrochemicals? Korea's government and the people in Korea focused a lot on human resource, which is education of people, but they focused deliberately on innovation. They are movers, fast movers, Samsung, Hyundai, LG, they're fast movers on innovation. So they put all their chips on innovation, said we are going to be 4th best country in the world in terms of innovation. Yet they're 20th in entrepreneurship. So they're doing so well in innovation, but the entrepreneurship ecosystem is 20th in the world. So they're saying innovation is our future. But then if you switch around and look at Europe, France, UK, Italy, Germany, what they did is they had government intervention. So in France, in the last 5 years, the increase in investment in women entrepreneurs increased by 68%. Right? So in France and other countries, they said, we need to bring the other half of entrepreneurs to the table, which is the women entrepreneurs. So let's create government policies and procedures to bring them at the table. And France now is a leading country in the world in terms of women entrepreneurs and so on. So that's government, private sector, joint effort. In the US, the ecosystem is about entrepreneurship. Fail fast, and start again. So there is about 1,300 what we call unicorns in the world. 1,300 unicorns. 750 unicorns are in the United States. That means we continue to innovate, let's find the next unicorn. So every ecosystem has its way of maneuvering here. What we can learn from the Middle East or our Muslim countries is let's take the best of everything. Why just focus on one? Let's do a portfolio maximization. Take a little bit from Korea, take a little bit from Europe, let's take a little bit from the US, and we see how it's going. The only country in the Middle East that has a unicorn is Saudi Arabia. That's it. So just to let you know that we have hope.
So innovation is a keyword, and government support definitely is a keyword for everything. But I mean, innovation, as Dr. Shireen said, he's still here to P or not to P, to patent or not to patent. So innovation is always the way. I have the same question to Dr. Asma because you are the co-founder of the Arab Entrepreneurs Organization, and you help founders to come to UK and to Europe and the other way around. So you are exposed to different markets and to different ecosystems. What can you advise or recommend to develop the ecosystems in the GCC, in the MENA region, in Africa, in the Arab region, and in Europe?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that we would advise is, first of all, be ethical. Because sustainability is one of the most important things as an entrepreneur. Obviously, there is in every country you see there is this surge that we want to have a large number of companies, but everybody knows that there is more likely as a startup that you will fail than you will actually succeed. But it depends really on the region because, for example, in the GCC, you have very good programs for incubators, for mentoring all the startups. There is good funding from each state. In the rest of maybe not, no, like for example, North Africa, we are not quite there. We are getting there, but we are not quite there. So just one of the things, I think the most important thing that I would give as advice to any entrepreneur is make sure that whatever you're doing is sustainable. And I think you mentioned the unicorns. We don't have many unicorns in the Middle East, but we do have camels. I heard that actually from another entrepreneur from UAE, and the camel company is basically a long-standing company that it might be slow and steady, but it's actually aiming just to be sustainable and to be scaling in the right way. So that's one of the most important things. And in relation to Islamic finance, so Islamic finance provides that sustainability. It provides the ESG solutions. It is ethical. It's based on backed securities. It's based on real assets. It's not something in the air that you can just promise people and then not deliver it and have your economy crash in, I don't know, in 10 years, which most likely we will see again and again and again, unfortunately, with capitalism. So with that, yeah, that's my advice.
Perfect. So, so you see that. I mean, there is a debate about unicorns. Is this the best orientation for a startup founder to be the next unicorn? Because all startup founders are seeking to be a $1 billion company in a few years. So there is a debate about, is this the best model that companies should scale and have this kind of exponential growth and 50x growth year over year till they get to be a unicorn, or the camel, to have a stable company, stable business, stable growth, maybe family business, so they start to grow year over year and to get more employment, and to have good ROI or maybe dividends at the end of each year, versus the unicorn, so VC funds invested in this company, and they want to exit. So everyone wants to exit from this unicorn because this is the business model. So it's quite confusing and very interesting as well. And there is no, I would say, one fits all in this space. Related to the same question, Dr. Lulwa, you are the author of a very interesting book related to money habits. And money habits is very interesting to every individual in the world, whether entrepreneurs, anyone. So what is your, I would say, conclusion in the book? The best ethical money habits to make money, yet to stay ethical.
Okay. All right, about the book, I think if everyone to have a look, you may visit my LinkedIn, Lalwa Rashad. At there, I think I have touched a little bit about the gist of the book. Okay, the first book titled Money Move at Work, and it's been launched in the Central Bank of Malaysia, Alhamdulillah, on the 30th July, a few months ago, and since then I've been invited to talk about the book. Actually, the book is part of Economic Madani movement, which is a movement that the new government has implemented. It's more on to empowering people to, they call leave the floor, meaning instead of raise the top, we actually leave the floor, something like that. It's more on people, how to improve individual lifestyle. So for me, it's simple. Before we want to have a look at which avenue can give us more money and etc., I think first thing first, we need to identify our relationship with money. So the gist of the book is to having a relationship with the money. So in my book, it's about money move at work. So we are focusing at the what we call an employee perspective, young adult perspective. Because for me, it's simple. If the employee is not healthy, is not financially fit, how can it contribute to the company? How can it be more productivity, daily productive per se? So basically, for me, the first thing first, the most important thing is to identify your relationship with money first. Are you hate relationship or love-hate relationship? Because this is actually not a taboo issue, it's a new thing. So I was invited a lot in television recently for the last 8 months, which is quite overwhelming, to be honest. It's actually, I come up with, we have basic 5 money personality, how your relationship with money. But in my book, I I expand it, there is 7, to be honest, as a young adult. So from avoider to giver, apparently we have a new one that I did come up with a team. You and the money, you are the giver, you are avoider, you can be a spender and whatnot. But when it comes to entrepreneur, I think we have another things that we need to discover. For example, I think an individual or an entrepreneur need to have identify whether you are visionary or not. Visionary meaning you always want to pursue much bigger vision for your company or your small startup, all right? So as a visionary, you always, the issue is it will be a bit high in, I would say, financial management cost thing, okay? But if you are an analyst, you are very particular in the cost and benefit and etc., you might lose. You are so data-driven until you don't know what to decide if you are the analyzer, okay? And then maybe you are, what else? Nurturer. Maybe you nurture people around you. You empower people around you. It will take a lot of another operating costs together with it. So as an entrepreneur, if you are the nurturer, it comes with a lot of, not burden or not baggage, but togetherness. That might be cost also. Then we go a risk taker. Risk taker is good for a business, but is it good for a pocket? For a long term, might be there's an issue there. But if you are complementing between risk and return or cost and benefit, risk taker might be good for your business, for the startup. And I would say I would like to touch a little bit. I think it's also important, but it's not really practical. It's saver. If you keeps save a lot for the business, it might not go anywhere, the business. So for a long term, it's not so much. So to be able to be a successful entrepreneur, I would say, identify yourself, which one is you, which is the relationship you have in money, all right, with money. Then after that, then you can decide what are the mindset that you want to put yourself first. But I think the first thing first, you need to identify your relationship. So when people ask me, in Malaysia, what do you do actually? What do you preach? What inside the book? I say, my book is not about, I just give my pupo my book. I say, pupo, this is not book of how to get rich, okay? The book is not to be rich. It's just to identify yourself, your relationship with money. Because I do believe you need to make peace of whatever relationship with God, with person, with spouse, with whoever, with your friend, you need to make peace. So for me, it's important to make peace with money too. I have a long way that turned me around. I think in 2017, my parents passed away back to back, and then I have difficulties in money, and it turned my mindset differently. So I was here for quite some time after COVID, but due to some family, I told my partner here, that's one of my partner, Welbeck and Bradwell, Mr. Lutfi is here. I told Lutz, I said, I have to go back because I need to sort this thing because it's always in my mind. I cannot be productive. If I remain here in the UK, I won't be that productive. So I said, I have to go back. So he don't understand at first. I think the whole office, I not really understand at first. But it changed me a lot. For the last 2.5 years, I'm back to Malaysia. My relationship has been changed. So that is what reason why I was invited to this, to be gift talk, to give talk to startup that has been I can't remember, from the Bank Negara of Malaysia, Central Bank of, I think last month. They asked me to give 2 hours talk about communication halal impact. I was like, you asked me to give communication halal impact to this 68 startup? I mean, they are actually doing the funding kind of thing, seed kind of thing. So I said, yes, Lalo, because they saw me talking about relationship with money and how you need to communicate halal way. So I said, halal way, it come long ways. It's not just speak good, but it's also you need to have some respect there, clarity there, and also I would say honesty there. So if you have that in you, you have a good relationship with anyone, include money. So that is a little bit about gist of my I would say my book. Then after this, Money Minds 14 is coming up on the 11th of February, second book, also under the Bank Negara, the central bank. It's all about this nation building on financial literacy, money literacy. Because Malaysia believe, I think every country believe that if all the people, all the citizens are financially fit, we can actually assist to the whole nation's growth. I hope so, inshallah. Is it true?
Yes. So it's not, I mean, there is no single recipe. Invest like 30% and save 20% and start a business with the remaining 50%. It depends on the profile and personality profile.
First, identify that, then you set your mindset.
Very smart. I think we still have 5 more minutes for a final, maybe a final question, or if there is a question from audience, I think we have time for maybe 1 or 2 questions. You want to say something? Dr. Shireen, could you join us on stage, please, for the questions?
Some money still.
عندي شوية هناك. الشنطة في فلوس.
Yes, one.
There you go.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone.
Walaikum.
How do we build financial models rooted not only in profit but in balanced mizan and merci rahmah?
Yeah. So how do you build institutions that are not just money-based, but also for people, for society, correct?
Is that what you said?
A financial model, okay. That's a very good question. It's an excellent question here. I think you have to understand how societies work, right? And once you understand how societies work, then you can build the financial institutions. So about 8 years ago, I was asked by the Small Business Administration to do research. They found something very strange in the US small business. They realized that a lot of small businesses, when COVID hit, the small business owners fired more men than women. So if you're working in a small business in the US, more men were fired than women. And they said, why is this happening? Why are more men fired than women? So we did research. We thought it was because men got bigger salaries. Not the case. That men did more work. Not the case. Right? So we were like stuck. What was happening? Why is, if you fire 3 people, 2 are men, then a woman? So finally we asked the business owners, why? Why is this happening? And they told us, because if I keep the woman in my job, then I know that food will be on the table at night, that kids will be fed, that they will go to school, and rent will be paid, because the woman is the nucleus of the family. So in America, think about it, capitalism, that business owners still think what's right and what's wrong, what's ethical, what's not ethical. It doesn't matter what the capitalistic system is. Deep down, it's human to human, right? And if you start building this model, then you start to understanding that there's something called community development banks, which are not big banks, but they're community banks. And you can understand that even one of the top 100 companies in the US, Patagonia, the business owner gave it all the way to the employees. Said, I don't want any more, employee-owned company. So to start a financial system, you have to go what we call human-centered, or what he's talking about, ethical entrepreneurship. Do what's right, not what's profitable.
Yes, 100%.
Yes.
Please.
Thank you very much. And I know that when you empower women, the woman should not uplift herself, but as well the family and the whole community. But my question, when you ask the entrepreneur, when they ask, the first they ask about finance, what they should ask, and then we should build a saving concept for them. That when we start saving, that we can build a good entrepreneurs. This is my opinion. Thank you.
Just an opinion. Is it for me?
Thank you.
Okay.
So it's a comment, right? Your opinion. It's not. Yes, it's not a question. So thank you very much for that. One more question.
Thank you so much. Really, really enlightening panel, and thank you so much, Wael, for conducting this. My question is for Dr. Ayman. I work in, part of what I do is also helping develop ecosystems, right? And I really was intrigued by this portfolio theory that you mentioned. I would love to get your insight, Doctor, in terms of if you've looked into particular OIC countries within the Gulf in terms of how they could map out, because like you said, there is a lot of potential, there's a lot of promise. For example, a Scandinavian partner of mine who's a VC ecosystem expert, and he looked into the Saudi ecosystem and said this has all the right hallmarks for a thriving ecosystem within the next 5 years. So I'd just love to get your thoughts, Doctor, if you may, in terms of how can we go about building our various ecosystems. In the room we have with us such a beautifully diverse attendees all across the world. So yeah, your advice how we can go about taking the best from each ecosystem, inshallah.
And that's a great question, and I think maybe this is a call to action here. And what I would recommend is there's a lot of startup conferences that are going on in Finland, Helsinki, Station F in France, you name it. But my vision, my hope, is to start the largest entrepreneurship center conference in the Middle East, in Egypt, in Saudi Arabia, in UAE, and just bring what I call 1,000 entrepreneurship centers from the Middle East. 1,000, not more than 1,000, not less than 1,000, 1,000, and then have AlBaraka, all the Islamic finance companies come there and be the VCs for these companies. They talk about profit sharing, they talk about investment, they talk about education, training, communication. Why not homemade it? Homemade. And it starts with an idea, as you said, one idea plus another idea is two ideas, but an idea can become a movement. And maybe this is the start of a movement. So maybe in 5 years from now or 3 years from now, we have the biggest entrepreneurship center conference in the Middle East with finance powered by Islamic finance institutions. That's a vision that I would like to see. And he's paying for it, by the way. He'll pay for it.
I see more hands. Do we have time for more questions?
Oh, it took lots of hands.
The summary?
Lots of hands.
The panel?
Can we?
2 minutes. We can
2 minutes.
say one word.
Okay, so please go ahead.
Big thank you. It's been a blessing to come here today because I'm a chartered accountant and all we hear is return on investment, profit and all this. But today you brought humanity it brought us back to reality, to values like dignity, like Doctor said, Rahma, and yourself, what you said about your book. So I just wanted, before the panel leaves, is it possible to just, all that you've said here, the human side of things, the values, each and every one of you, can we just quickly get you to summarize those so we would take home for the new startups, those who don't have experience and the young people in the room. But thank you very much. Thank you.
So thank you for this comment, because this would bring me to asking all panelists to give one single advice on your view on how to relate business to ethics, purpose to profitability. Start with Dr. Ayman.
Okay, I'm getting picked on a lot today, but that's okay. Three, I say you always remember things in three. You can remember many things, but three things I would like to leave you with. First is you have to have empathy for everybody that you work with. Empathy is the root of all good, right? So you have to have empathy for your coworkers, for customers, for partners. Empathy is the root of everything. Number two is empower. Empower everybody around you. Make sure that they have the tools and ability to empower them to make decisions and to take risks, but also to succeed. So empathy, empower, and the third one is enable. Enable them. Give them the freedom to make decisions. Give them the freedom to take these actions and let them thrive. If you have these three things, I think we're going back to what we call basics, which is human-to-human interaction. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Asma, ethics to business.
Yes, I think there is one very important thing in society that we need to realize. And in philosophy of Islam, there is ayah sharifa, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, وَفِي السَّمَاءِ رِزْقُكُمْ وَمَا تُوعَدُونَ. It means your money is going to come from God. How and when, and you can of course pray for more, that depends on how your life is going to map out. But in Western societies, usually that's not the case. It's your success. You're the one who has to work hard to bring the money, and it has nothing to do with God, right? So I think this is very key concept because one, it gives you the responsibility to how to use your money because you're going to be asked for it, how to actually use the wealth that God has given you. And two, that you will never actually forget that like just having a halal business or just making sure that you're using Islamic financing is extremely important to society, to people around you, because you're responsible for that. So it's not just, for example, people when they say halal business, they think about halal beverage or meat or modest fashion, but also remember, for example, sustainability, taking care of the planet is a halal way of doing business. So that's my word to finish.
Thank you so much, Dr. Alwa.
Okay, when it comes to entrepreneur, isn't it? What's the ethical or ethics that might be first thing first? As I said, justify your relationship with money. I think not just money, relationship with a lots of things. Your colleagues, your people around, stakeholder, your environment, your climates. You need to justify your relationship with that, or identify or clarify actually your relationship. Are you okay with that situation? Are you okay with that? That situation, why not? Once you already identify and clarify your relationship with your surroundings, the next thing I would reckon is to get your mindset right. Okay, mindset can be a lot of things, correct? It's a lot of things. It depends on what condition or situation you are actually sit on. So basically, change your mindset. So this mindset that you have, actually, you can identify your strengths, weaknesses, why not? All right. And last but not least, again, for me, it's simple. You need to come back to the empathy. I do agree with the empathy. People surrounding you, you need to have like people-centric around you. So that will be the ultimate goal of our life. Like people is always like in my DNA. So it's like people first, progress next, and
people first then money.
Huh?
People first then money. Relationship and
empathy. That is my life. I hope that is also in all the entrepreneurs' life, I think. So
perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you so much.
Dr. Shireen.
We say the ABC, affordability leads to access, so the economies of scale can make profit. Since we spent a lot on this, but yet we are now the first in Egypt, second comes Glaxo, third Sanofi, fourth Novartis, so we beated all others by our economies and good prices. Second, believe in the cause. You have to believe that saving lives, if you're not getting the cash here, you'll get it somewhere up there.
Yep.
C, create the rules of the game. Who will create the rules of the game of the future? You or your competitor? So innovate. The last statement I said, when a baby is born, he is crying, and everybody around is laughing. So when you die and everybody around is crying, you'd better be laughing. Thank you very much.
That's a punchline.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Ayman. Thank you, Dr. Asma. Thank you, Dr. Relo. And thank you, Dr. Shireen. And
thank you.
Thank you so much. Well. Thank you to everyone.
Thanks to the audience because
you stay back.
Late
Thank
with
you.
us. Thank
Yes.
you very much.
Wow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Assalamu
alaikum.
Thank you, Dr. Wael, for leading that very engaging and insightful discussion. Thank you, of course, to each and every single one of our panelists for being with us here today and sharing those insightful remarks. A lot to dwell upon, a lot to think about tonight, following the several discussions that were held today, including the keynote speeches. You go. Of course, we need to capture these moments for the history books because these are the pioneers for change, for leading better change in Islamic economy, and a source of inspiration for many people in this room and beyond to implement the methods of change that was spoken about today. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, as we close the first day of the 4th AlBaraka Summit, we can reflect on a day filled with insightful keynotes, engaging panels, and meaningful conversations, from the global impact of Islamic finance to the practical strategies driving growth and inclusion. Tomorrow, we have a lot more prepared for you. The discussions do not end here. We have more panel discussions, including keynote speeches and workshops as well. I hope you guys all have a great evening, and looking forward to seeing you all tomorrow as well.